After the lunch, now we are going to start the high-level roundtables. We believe these are very, very high-level policy discussions, and I'm sure you will try to get a good interaction, and we try to keep it as short as possible because the previous plenary has prolonged a little longer, and we got a little delay about the reorganization of the entire setup. So thank you so much for joining. I'm Abhay Bakre, Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. We have invited Dr. Jiten Singh, Excellency, Ministry of State, Independent Charge, Science and Technology, Government of India. We have Mr. Mohit, Mayor from Panaji. Hello. मैं अरेंज कर रहा हूँ अरेंज करा रहा हूँ मैं थोड़ा आधा घंटा दे दूँ मेरे को हाँ मैं करा रहा हूँ. May I also invite Honorable Minister from Denmark, Mr. Jan Jorgensen. We also invite Madam Ligia Norona, Under Secretary General, UNEP, and we can start the discussion. So today's topic about the sustainable cooling, and let me thank all the organizers for putting up this very, very high-level discussions. UNEP is the knowledge partner here. Very clearly, if I want to make a statement, that cooling, especially in those countries which are around equator, will become a new challenge in coming decades. Why? Because at every institution, at every household, at every facilities, we are going to have air conditioning. And in this regard, the kind of impact the air conditioners are going to have on the total power supply, on the complete power utility infrastructure, right from your doorstep, the meter, the cabling, the transformers, and the ST lines. How are you going to double every 20 years? How are you going to set up new power plants just for the air conditioning purpose? Because the air conditioning load is actually defining the peak load. And for example, if you are going to have an additional load because of 100 megawatt due to air conditioners, you need to have a coal power plant of 120 megawatt. You may have to have a solar plant of 400 megawatt, wind plant of 350 megawatt. Why do we really just need to again spend the complete infrastructure and power plant? Yes, there is a solution available, the sustainable cooling. We need to focus that the consumers adopt sustainable cooling. They pick up the most efficient air conditioning and cooling solutions for their day-to-day use, whether it's household or offices or facilities. And in this regard, you will also save a lot of cost of refrigerants. It can save the environment. It can also save a lot of energy bills for the consumers themselves. So all these are available for a simple thing that we go for sustainable cooling solutions. And let's hear in this regard from our very senior ministers who can actually guide us what kind of policies can shape up in the coming decades so that we don't get into cooling as another challenging sector, and then we will struggle how to contain the cooling demand, or otherwise we will have to compromise our comfort. So the only thing is that let's have solutions which are affordable and which can also save our energy. So with this, may I now invite Dr. Jiten Singh, Minister of State, Independent Charge, Government of India, to give the opening remarks. Sir, please.
Thank you, and thank you for bothering you after this sumptuous lunch. We have virtually pushed everybody to the hall for the brevity of time, though I wish we had time enough to allow you to take some time off. We have a very eminent panel over here. I am privileged to be one of them. The Minister from Denmark, the Mayor of Panaji, Secretary General UNEP, and I think the UAE Minister is soon to join us. And as the ball has already been set rolling for you about the subject of this round table, without being repetitive and without saying what has already been said and what is already known to you, let me share some of those points which I think deserve either to be reiterated or to be put across. As far as India is concerned, from the point of view of India, the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, has already set a vision of net zero emissions by 2070. And he's made this pledge in one of the important COP conferences. So we are committed to achieve that target for a global good and for also a cleaner and a greener planet, the Mother Earth. But at the same time, we cannot be oblivious of the fact that the carbon emissions from buildings are projected to grow from 194 metric ton carbon dioxide in 2020 to as much as 225 metric ton carbon dioxide by 2040. That was an analysis done by our planning body called the Niti Aayog through its exclusive component or a cell called India Energy Security Scenarios Cell. And at the same time, India's cooling energy demand is also set to increase for a variety of reasons which are known to all of you, as going to increase by 2027 almost twice as much, which is also been an inference drawn by a Bureau of Energy Efficiency in our cousin ministry, the Ministry of Energy and Ministry of Power. So the India's cooling action plan, as was being spelled out to you, what do we have? And each one of us or each one of the member nations would have to design one for themselves depending on their requirements, their conditions, their peculiar situations. Is projected that the installed capacity of space cooling systems in the Indian buildings is likely to grow over 6,000 in the next 1 decade. Kind of urbanization happening on the installed capacity of 80 million TR by 2017. So this is going to be a multi-fold, and they're going to be a Herculean task to address this issue. And the decentralized room air conditioners, which currently account for about 38% of the building sector cooling energy consumption, will go to up to 50% or more. The room air conditioner ownership is expected to reach over 1 billion units by 2050. According to another study carried out by the Indian Cooling Action Plan. And therefore, the broad question is, what is the safeguard or what do we plan for that? The residential energy consumption at the same time is also projected to go at an average rate of 2.4% by the year 2047, when India will be 100 years old after independence. And the built-up area is also set to multiply several times in the next 1 decade. And India is poised to become the third largest construction market in the next 2 to 3 years, which is not very far from today. And therefore, without taking much of time, because I hope we would have more of an interaction, try to go home with the valuable inputs from all the learned brains in this room. There has to be, at the same time, there's a significant potential to reduce energy demand and carbon emissions by making new building efficient plans or having buildings with more energy efficiency. At the same time, the demand side management will have to be crucial in the next decade, considering the peak demands in the urban areas. Now, what is interesting is that what I referred to a few seconds back about the penetration of the air conditioners is not going to happen only in the urban households. Of course, in the urban household, it's likely to double in the next 1 decade. And the urbanization is also happening very rapidly in India, like in many other parts of the country. But even those areas which continue to be rural, there is going to be 3-fold increase in the air conditioner penetration, even in the rural households. The kind of globalization that we are having and the democratization of the living standards, I think the rural areas are also going to have the same kind of amenities which you thought only were exclusive for the urban. So this is something starting which sometimes, escapes our notice, that you are going to have similar kind of an air condition penetration even in the rural areas. So all the ills which were perhaps born out of urbanization are going to happen even before the urbanization happens in some of the semi-urban or the rural areas. So this is a huge kind of a challenge. And now how do we go about? The Department of Science and Technology in the Government of India has rolled out a number of plans. The programs have over 60 participating Indian and international agencies, institutes, 60 plus industry, over 50 energy efficient technologies have been developed, are in the process of being developed and are being demonstrated. And through these programs, the department has supported development and demonstration of sustainable heating and cooling technologies, such as ground source heat systems, the indigenous low air conditioners, because incidentally, fortunately or unfortunately, the climate of India is quite diverse. So you have ample liberty and opportunity to experiment, because the resource itself presents a natural test bed for all these cooling, heating technologies, which might not be easily carried out in some other parts of the country. At the same time, well, I said, we have to have an integrated approach. Price premium for energy efficient air conditioners is a critical challenge. And when I talk of having an integrated approach, as I said, we are going to involve the industry, the private sector, the public sector, and considering the fact that 57% of the India's energy demand is driven by the buildings, we would also, at the same time, have a more interconnected and an interdependent approach to create resilience through collaborations and extended collaborations. I would rather suggest public and private collaboration domestically, plus public and private collaboration overseas, so that we have something called PPP plus VPP, public-private participation within India with public-private participation. Like a country, for example, in Denmark, you collaborate with the private sector, and you come forward and we collaborate. At the same time, to give it a further extension, because I think from here onward we have no other option but to grow in synergy. It is no longer a leisure or a choice. So from the Indian point of view, we have a lot of Indian diaspora doing very appreciable work in different parts of the country and serving the countries of their chosen settlement. We have also sought to reach out to them very recently, just to share this bit of information with this audience over here. We have launched a program called Vaibhav, which is the Vaishvik Bharatiya Vigyanik Fellowship Program. The acronym is Vaibhav. It's a step towards this direction. The fellowship would be awarded to outstanding scientists or technologies of Indian origin who are engaged in research advances in their respective countries. To begin with, the 75 such selected fellows would be invited to work in 18 identified knowledge verticals, including the quantum technology, energy, material sciences, etc. And there would be a mechanism to link them with the Indian institutes and the Indian research bodies, so that while continuing to serve the countries where they have chosen to settle, they also are of service to the country of their origin. And likewise, we also develop a wider linkage of collaboration for some of at least those concerns which are no longer confined to a single country, which are actually global, which require global struggle, global battle. If the parameters are global, the challenges are global. And therefore, I think I would invite all the other member countries, and even beyond that, to come forward, considering the seriousness of the issue confronting us, which may become more and more serious in the years to come if we are not able to realize its seriousness today. And also, whatever other, notwithstanding everything else, as the popular expression goes, for the reasons of survival of the mankind, we have no choice. Whether we like each other's face or not, we have to be together. And I think that is the message which has to go down, because we have to collaborate for the survival of this generation and the generations to come across the globe. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, sir, for your guidance and the kinds of policies which India is taking forward, both in terms of research, innovation, and of course, taking it forward towards deployment and dissemination. We are honored to have His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, Honorable Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology and President COP28, Government of UAE. Sir, it's an honor to have you here for this sustainable cooling roundtable, the high-level durable dialogue here, and we are very eager to invite you and listen to you about your guidance about the sustainable cooling and how does it really shape up our climate actions in futures and next coming 2 days. Sir, kindly offer your remarks, sir.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it indeed gives me great pleasure to be here and to participate in this important gathering. Allow me also to thank Shri Abib Bakr and the Government of India for hosting the Clean Energy Ministerial meeting and for helping organize this very important and relevant session. I would also like to thank our COP28 partners in the Global Cooling Pledge, the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology of India, Dr. Singh, my friend and colleague Dan, the Minister of Development, Cooperation and Global Climate Policy of Denmark, and Dr. Ligia Noronha, Assistant Secretary General of UNEP. And if you allow me, I would like to take this opportunity to thank my dear friend Dan and Denmark once again for co-facilitating the COP28 negotiations for the global stocktake alongside South Africa. We very much appreciate his positive and quick response. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in a warming world, cooling is not a luxury. In fact, it is more of an essential necessity. People, food, and medicine all depend on cooling. Today's topic is of critical importance for climate mitigation and adaptation. In a warming world, sustainable cooling is critical for reducing GHG emissions, protecting against heat stress, enabling productivity, reducing food loss, and enhancing access to healthcare. Cooling is also a matter of climate justice, with heat disproportionately impacting lower income communities and families. Yet cooling accounts for a significant amount of energy use. It increases pressure on energy grids and domestic budgets. And if we're serious about approaching a just energy transition, and if the energy transition is to succeed, we cannot expand cooling on a business as usual basis. We must reflect, we must take a step back, we must learn, and we must come up with a very innovative, holistic, creative approach onto how to address this challenge. Without strong policy action, emissions from the sector will rise between 7 to 10% from today. To solve this dilemma, we need a rapid transition to energy-efficient and climate-friendly cooling. This can provide cooling access to those who need it without undermining the energy transition. However, this challenge can truly become the opportunity of tomorrow. Getting cooling right offers the chance to cut global warming, improve the lives of hundreds of millions of people, and realize huge financial savings. In fact, improving the energy efficiency of air conditioners by just 30% could save up to $3 trillion by 2050. In addition, coordinated international action on efficient cooling could avoid as much as 460 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions. We truly believe that we have a unique opportunity to deliver a significant collective response to the cooling challenge via this very important initiative, the Global Cooling Pledge. This pledge aims to improve energy efficiency and increase access to sustainable cooling. It is gaining momentum with more than 20 early supporters, including India and Denmark, who are here with us today. But there is more to be done. So today, I call on all countries to join the Global Cooling Pledge in the lead up to COP28. It is only by uniting and prioritizing this critical issue we can collectively contribute to a resilient, low-carbon future. And with that, I'd like to hand this back to Dr. Singh, India's Minister of Science and Technology, and allow me to thank them for their effort and support, and thank you all for being here and for your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. And surely this will be a big step if the cooling pledge is considered and signed by many countries in the forthcoming COP28. Now, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite His Excellency Dr. Jørgensen, Minister for Development Cooperation and Global Climate Policy, Denmark. Sir, kindly offer your remarks.
Excellencies, ministers, and esteemed colleagues. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak to such an engaged and distinguished audience. I would also like to extend my special appreciation to our Indian hosts and the Cool Coalition Secretariat in UNEP for their efforts in organizing this significant event. And to you, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, thank you so much also for being here. I think you probably have the most important job in the world right now. Definitely one of the busiest one, I know. Yes, no pressure. And of course, on behalf of myself and my colleague, Minister Greasy from South Africa, we are humbled and honored to be able to help you in the process. Today we are experiencing the hottest days ever recorded on the planet. These unprecedented temperatures are probably the highest in at least 100,000 years. Unfortunately, this is not a one-time occurrence. Experts warn us that this heat record could be broken multiple times in the years ahead. Generally speaking, I like records, but not this one. The record-breaking heat has devastating consequences all over the world. In China, blistering heat waves have occurred repeatedly over the past 6 months. El Salvador's food security is threatened by a Niño weather phenomena. And here in India, intense heat waves recently claimed the lives of at least 44 people in the state of Bihar. These incidents serve as clear indicators of the rapid warming of our planet and the swift changes in our climate. With such record temperatures, we need to discuss cooling. Access to cooling plays a vital role for the well-being of human beings. It is used to keep vaccines cold and food fresh. 10 new cooling devices are sold across the globe every second. As more people gain the means to afford cooling appliances, the consumption will rise. Today, cooling has become the second fastest growing contributor to electricity usage, and it is projected that global consumption of cooling will triple by the year 2050. It is clear that achieving universal access to sustainable cooling requires international cooperation, dedicated climate finance, and leadership from key players. This is where you, distinguished audience, enter the picture. As decision makers from governments, private sector, and civil society, you hold a unique position to raise awareness and advocate for a global approach to sustainable cooling. In order to address the cooling challenge, we need a multi-stakeholder, multi-sector approach. A range of measures must be taken. We need to implement energy performance standards for appliances. This will mean that all new appliances are energy efficient and that the pace of rising energy consumption can be more measured. We need to improve building codes. These can help secure that future buildings will become more energy efficient to cool down. And we need to establish efficient and renewable cold chain for food and medicine. These will enable more people to have access to fresh, nutritious meals and improved healthcare. The good news is that we are already working on it. I commend India for its advocacy of the cooling agenda in G20 and for leading the way by example with its national cooling plan. The UAE COP28 presidency also deserves a lot of credit for its willingness to move the agenda forward, not least through the cooling pledge, as Dr. Sultan has just described. Allow me also to mention the Indian-Denmark Green Strategic Partnership, which is both unique and ambitious across a number of areas within energy, water, and climate. Through this partnership, we have initiated two programs on cooling, focusing on urban cooling and the cold chain, under the framework of the UNEP-led Cool Coalition. Partnership in action. In conclusion, let me express Denmark's sincere commitment to an even closer collaboration on the cooling agenda. As the planet heats up, we must remain cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Yes, that's correct. If we don't keep cool and don't maintain cool, our planet is going to warm up very clearly. At this juncture, may I invite our special guest, CEO for SE for All, and Special Representative, UN Secretary General, Madam Damalila Ogunbi, to come on the stage, please. Yeah, please. Yeah. As I understand, Excellency Dr. Sultan Al Jaber has to leave for another meeting. So may I request ministers and excellencies for a group photograph? I think. Even His Excellency is leaving. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we also understand Dr. Jiten Singh also, Excellency. No, sir, that room was actually already given to something which they have set up. So changing it, now it is difficult. You can have, sir. Yeah. Thank you so much for group photo. We appreciate your time and thank you so much, sir. Now may I request Ma'am Domalila Ugunbi to offer special remarks on this very important topic of cooling. Over to you, ma'am.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, I'm pleased to join you today at this high-level dialogue on sustainable cooling. I'd like to thank the Government of India for their very strong G20 presidency and the UAE as COP28 presidency for their leadership and commitment in championing this incredible energy-related issue. I'd also like to thank the Government of Denmark for their leadership in energy efficiency as well as it relates to cooling. As we've heard, providing access to sustainable cooling for all is a critical climate change mitigation challenge, accounting for at least 7% of global emissions. And these emissions are expected to roughly double by 2050. Therefore, we must meet the needs of the underserved with efficient solutions that will dramatically reduce energy demand and accelerate decarbonization efforts. As we can plainly see, cooling is fast becoming a pressing development issue that can no longer be ignored. Temperatures are reaching over 50 degrees Celsius in hotspots around the world, and this happened in 2019, over 350,000 people died because of heat stress, a figure that was previously only 12,000, and no one should really be dying because of heating. Just yesterday, Sustainable Energy for All released its annual tracking data that shines a light on access to cooling gaps, where we are seeing some of the progress, particularly in India, where fewer rural people are at high risk due to the access that India is providing for cooling. But globally, there's still 1.1 billion people at risk due to the lack of access for cooling, with the most acute and the dangerous gaps seen in my continent, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. At Sustainable Energy for All, we are fully committed to the cooling pledge, and we're also committed to really work on the different places in the world that sees the gap. For example, we're supporting the governments of Kenya and Ghana to mobilize investment in sustainable cooling solutions for the most vulnerable populations. In Nigeria and Malawi, we've ensured that cooling and energy and associates investments are actually a firm part of their integrated energy planning. While in Madagascar, we're going a further step by including vaccine and agricultural cold chains in support provided in supporting government in their energy transition and their integrated energy plans. Our support is not only limited to the national level. At a global level, we have launched our second Cooling Innovation Challenge for the youth. We truly believe that young people are going to find these solutions, and I'm very happy to say that the winners will be unveiled at COP28. Furthermore, we are proud supporters of the UAE, champion countries, and the Core Coalition on the Global Cooling Pledge, which was mentioned here today by the ministers. Over the next few months, Sustainable Energy for All is looking forward to working with you all on the success of the Global Cooling Pledge and subsequently support to countries to implement the solutions after the pledge. I thank you all for allowing me to take part and giving these special remarks. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Lily Riahi from UNEP, and I'll be continuing the moderation. I'd like to now invite Ms. Lija Norona, UN Assistant Secretary General and Head of UN Environment Program in the New York office, to give her remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you can see this is a really cool panel because everything is changing as we go along, and that's great because in the context of the crises that we face, and we face many crises, the only thing to do is to keep adapting and to keep being leaders in trying to respond to these issues. And here you see a very good example. So thank you very much to the ministers for being here today, and thank you very much to all of you. I am very proud to be here today as the representative of the United Nations Environmental Program. We've been tasked and we've been leading on the Cool Coalition for many years now, along with the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. This is a very important agenda for action, and you've heard all the right reasons for why we should be looking at this. I don't need to tell you the evidence is out there. You just need to step out of the air-conditioned comfort of this hotel to feel the heat. Now, the rains in Goa are fine, but it's not the case in other parts of India, and certainly not the case in different parts of Europe and Southeast Asia, as you've already heard. Ladies and gentlemen, cooling is something we really need to think about. I'm not going to repeat myself, but I'm just going to say that we have 4 key messages that we'd like to leave you with. One is that we really need a whole of government and a whole of society approach to get it right. Because if we do not come together as governments and as societies to address this issue, we will not really be able to address it the way it's required to be addressed. Cooling is something that is going to be permeating and connecting with all aspects of our society. So we need the producers, we need the consumers, we need the investors, the financiers, all of them to come together to address this issue because, as we've said before, and you've heard from distinguished guests before me, that this is both an adaptation and a mitigation area of work. And so we need all hands on deck. But this cannot be just at a societal level. This has to be at a governmental level. You have to get the ministries of energy, the ministries of environment, the ministries of finance, again, to come together to bring these various issues. Because, again, if one ministry pushes it and the other does not, it will not work. So across the world, we need much more interministerial collaboration in order to be able to get the cooling off the ground. Secondly, if done right, sustainable cooling can really yield multiple benefits. Why multiple benefits? Because it doesn't just speak to the problem of warming and to the problem of keeping us cool in buildings, but also for food and avoidance of food waste, for vaccines, and for a number of other reasons. And so this is also a way of getting different ministries to talk to each other because you can highlight the importance of cooling to the various constituencies to ensure that they are on board to be able to see the benefits of action to their particular constituencies. Bringing nature back into our cities is another way of planting trees, and that speaks to my young colleague and mayor of Panjim. If we could invest in even more trees across the cities of the world. Panjim fortunately has a number of trees, but if we could do this across other cities, we have a situation in which we can actually bring down a lot of the heating. But trees can also be an example of equity, because you see very often, and there's a very interesting article in New York Times, which I could refer to you, where in Chicago, trees actually show the inequity of the city because the cooler places where the more well-off live have more trees as compared to the others. So you can also use trees and the existence of trees as indicators also of equity and inequity. So I'm making the case for why you can see it as an indicator of multiple benefits. Thirdly, to get it right, we need the right mix of policies, innovation, finance, and building capacity, and that you've heard before. There are some good examples. Let's start with India. The Indian concept of jugaad, of frugal innovations, can be a powerful tool to bring more affordable, sustainable products to consumers, especially those at the bottom of the pyramid. Miti-Cool, for example, is how innovation could be scaled up by the founder, designed so efficient electricity-free fridge made from clay that ran on water, which cools it as it evaporates without needing electricity. The concept of frugal innovations is not always easily understood, but frugal innovations really brings the idea of scarcity back to addressing the needs of people because it allows innovation to happen even when scarcity exists. And so this idea, when you have a planetary crisis and when you see the constraints that the crises are imposing on us, bringing about innovations that enable this constraint to come in, but also innovate helps a lot. There's a lot to learn from the Indian Cooling Action Plan. I won't go into that because the minister spoke to that earlier, but it's an evidence that a lot is being put together in this country. The Mission Innovation 5X Challenge successfully led to the development of next generation AC models, and that can reduce emissions by as much as 80%. We need to be much more, bring in much more competition in order to make this a huge success, in order to take this forward. A coordinated approach between the public and private sectors is also key. As the cool champion, Denmark has shown how this is really possible and how we can take it forward. And we really do thank you, Denmark, for being such a big champion of the Cool Coalition over the years. And you have really, Minister, championed it in various ways. And so we're highly appreciative of this. In another best practice example with UNEP, the UK and Rwanda have set up a joint center of excellence to accelerate the deployment of transformatively sustainable cold chain solutions in Africa to improve livelihoods. Again, thanks to the NEDA support, UNEP has supported several governments to include cooling in their NDCs and to make this very much part of the mitigation pathways. Through our work with the IFC and Tabreed, we support the setup of District Cooling Revolving Fund, and we are working with IFC to expand this to other emerging markets to support efficiency, but also the phase down of HFCs under the Montreal Protocol. Excellencies, I want to come back to a point I made in the plenary, the importance of the power of one, the importance of collaboration, the importance of coming together, and that takes us to the Global Cooling Pledge, and which is so very important in order for us to bring as many parties as possible to think of cooling as being an important aspect. This is all voluntary, but really important to show your commitments. India, as a G20 president, has been working with the UNEP-led coalition and the COP28 presidency to amplify global action on cooling. The United Arab Emirates presidency of COP28 is championing the Global Cooling Pledge that will feature prominently at the COP28. The Global Cooling Pledge is key to raising ambition and international cooperation, improving energy efficiency, and increased access on sustainable cooling through collective targets. But it's voluntary and contains a number of policy options, ranging from nature-based solutions and sustainable cold chains to appliance efficiency policy to innovation investments. The pledge offers state and non-state actors a unique chance to enhance their commitments to climate mitigation, to adaptation, resilience, and investments towards sustainable cooling. We are very grateful to COP28 UAE and to Denmark, to India, the US, and many other countries who are not here today for their support to the COP28 ambitions. Let us make COP28 a cool COP, again, for people and the planet. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Lija, for inspiring us to action on sustainable cooling. I think what's great about this panel is it really shows what Lija spoke to, which is the need for a whole of society, whole of government approach to cooling. And with that, I'm very happy to have with us Mr. Rohit Monsarati, Mayor of Panaji, India, to give us the local context on addressing rising heat through sustainable cooling. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. It's an honor to be here today in the presence of such esteemed panelists and guests. I want to draw your attention to the matter of utmost urgency, the impact of global warming on our cities and the critical role of sustainable cooling solutions. Scientists have made it clear that even if we make significant reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, the Earth's temperature will exceed the 1.5 degree threshold that we all set to adhere to. This warming leads to more extreme weather events, and it's our cities that will be most impacted. By the year 2100, cities worldwide could warm to a significant 4.4 degrees Celsius, posing serious risks to our health, productivity, overall quality of life. However, cities are not just the victims, they also are places of innovation, adaptation, and sustainable development. We can tackle extreme heat by accelerating the implementation of sustainable cooling solutions. I am thrilled to represent not just Panjim, but 48 cities from 24 countries, part of the urban transition mission of Mission Innovation. These cities and sub-national governments are prepared to respond to climate change with science-based solutions. They have set bold targets for decentralization and renewable energy, making our urban environments healthier and more livable. Cooling solutions are vital to support decarbonization, resilience, and address inequalities. The impact of excessive heat on our urban systems is profound, affecting energy, the environment, and society as a whole. The urban heat island effect worsens the situation, causing a vicious cycle where mechanical cooling further warms our cities, disproportionately affecting vulnerable communities. That being said, strides are being made. The Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation in India developed a new climate and heat action plan, which was inaugurated at the U20 Mayor Summit. Already, with the first plan, the city has successfully prevented over 2,000 heat-related deaths every year. The increasing demand for cooling also strains our infrastructure, raising the risk for power blackouts during extreme heat events. If we continue down this path, existing heat inequality in cities will only worsen in the coming decades. Cities like Dubai, for example, also have become leaders in district cooling systems, reducing energy consumption compared to traditional air conditioning units. These innovative solutions developed through public-private partnerships not only save energy, but also contribute to a more sustainable electricity network. Panjim and the other cities in the urban transport mission are working together to explore and test concrete solutions for equitable and sustainable cooling. We collaborate with other cities in the urban transition mission and the mission members, like the Innovation Community on Affordable Heating and Cooling, the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate Energy, and the Cool Coalition, among others, as well as private sector partners. To achieve our ambitious goals, we need to work together, learn from each other, and apply whole system approaches to sustainable urban cooling. We must focus on heat-resilient urban planning, reduce cooling needs in buildings, and retrofit existing buildings for better thermal comfort. Continued collaboration is also of the utmost urgency. However, as we acknowledge the barriers we face, such as limited resources, capacity to implement complex solutions, lack of information on sustainable urban cooling practices, and the availability of tools to drive change further complicate the situation. Education, training, reskilling of policymakers, trade professionals are crucial to align norms and standards for sustainable urban cooling. Lastly, we would like to urgently address the financial barriers. We must secure financial flows to meet the specific market needs for affordable financing of sustainable cooling interventions, public investment in green spaces, cool pavements, pavement yield downstream benefits, but we need the right to access financing mechanisms. In conclusion, our journey towards sustainable urban cooling starts today, with all of us working together to build a cooler and more resilient climate. On a personal note, many of us in this room are proud parents. I myself have 2 4-year-old boys, and 10 years down the line, I think of this constantly. I don't want my children asking me why we didn't do more, because it's our children and their children's future that is at stake, and they will inherit the world we leave behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that inspiring speech. We heard yesterday in a panel that actually ministers will have political pressure if they're not acting on extreme heat, and we heard about the story of France yesterday in this case. So it's great to see the local governments working with national governments to actually tackle this challenge. So now I'd just like to thank our distinguished guests, honorable ministers, and give a special thanks to His Excellency Dr. Jahendra Singh for your leadership, and also His Excellency Dan Jorgensen. If I can give a round of applause and excuse our panel. Thank you very much. I would like to now invite our second panel, if I may. Thank you very much. I kept it brief so that we can, as Alicia said, things are changing all the time in this session. I'd like to invite now the sort of action panel. We have, I think, 15 or 20 minutes left, so I'm going to try to be as efficient as possible. I'd like to invite Mr. Ravi Purushottam, President of Danfoss, to the stage. Thank you for joining us. Ms. Rosalinde van der Wiels, Director from the European Commission. Ms. Anna Stevenson, Deputy Director from the UK Department of Energy Security and Net Zero. Mr. Pradeep Pakesh, Managing Director and CEO from Voltas Limited. And Mr. Philippe Benoit, Professor from Columbia University, to join us on stage. Okay. I think the names need to be changed. The nameplates need to be changed. Okay, so I thank you for your flexibility with today's event, and would like to maybe start with you, Ravi. No, please sit. It'll be I would like to have more of a discussion with you because we have only 15 minutes left, and I would like to really, you're very much distinguished guests, and I would like to have a real discussion, if it's possible, to reflect on what we heard in the previous panel. So maybe I can start with you, Ravi. We've heard a lot about the leadership from the government today and from international organizations. How can private sector support the path to more sustainable cooling?
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much for having us here. So, brief introduction about myself. I head a business which is in cooling, and we are in cooling for last 90 years. We are headquartered in Denmark, but of course, we have a very big setup in India. I think when it comes to cooling, cooling is actually not part of the problem. It's actually part of the solution to solve the energy and climate crisis. When we look at some of the technologies that are there in cooling today, the biggest challenge is not the availability of technology, it's the deployment of technology. We have seen that in India in the last 10 years, we have already built almost 10 billion square feet of platinum-rated green buildings deploying world-class technologies. But the question is, 10 billion square feet is probably 2% of what India has built. But the question is, how do we proliferate this technology down, deep down into the length and breadth of the future country that is yet to be built? So in my view, Cooling Pledge, what today we heard, is a great initiative in that direction, because deployment of technologies can only come if there is a concerted effort by governments to really accelerate the use of technology and deployment of technology. Now, in terms of technologies, I think most of the technologies today are, especially when it comes to cooling, can be immediately implemented. I think you've seen how India did the LED story in 5 years to 7 years, that we have penetrated that. But I think what is important is the government needs to really come out with collaborative initiatives of developing the policies with the private sector. That's very important. Also, deployment of technologies together with the private sector. We also need to make measurable, enforceable, and verifiable commitments when it comes to market surveillance as well. The third initiative is to really build capacity, in terms of educating and informing stakeholders. Social transformation is very important, because one of the learnings we have even in residential air conditioner in India is, even though we have star labeling, people do not understand the difference between a 4-star and a 5-star. We need to demystify that in terms of doing this. So I think if all of this can be pulled through a global cooling pledge, I think it would be a great initiative to actually increase the penetration of technologies deep down. Because in our own study in India, especially for cooling in buildings, both residential, industrial, commercial, and utility grade, we've seen the penetration is the issue and not the availability of technologies is the issue. And lastly, and more importantly, I think when it comes to penetration of technologies, building capacity is very important. I think business models are very important. Just to give you an example, cooling as a service has got immense potential. And one of the reasons why air conditioners in India is, grown to 10 million per year is because today a finance company is able to offer air conditioner on a daily payment basis. So financial inclusion and financial business models also play a very, very important role in cooling. And then I think if we can actually collectively take the responsibility, I think G20 is a great opportunity in my view. And if all the G20 nations come up with one single commitment to take technology and deploy technology and really scale it up, scaling faster is the solution. That's my submission. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Sure. Thank you so much, Ravi. I just want to say I'm really glad that you brought up the technology acceleration and the importance of policy to actually make that come to market. And I think that's what the Global Cooling Pledge aims to also do, is bring those policy commitments so that the technologies can come to market. So thank you for highlighting that. And I
just wanted to add one more thing. As per IEA study, the faster we do it, it's less expensive.
Absolutely. And I believe that Anna Stevenson had a comment, yes?
Yeah, I mean, as you were mentioning the Global Cooling Pledge, I just wanted to make sure that I could bring in now that the UK is also really supportive of the pledge. So we really welcome the development of this Global Cooling Pledge as a means to forge international commitment on a sustainable cooling future. So we're committed to supporting the process of developing the Global Cooling Pledge to be signed at COP28. So I just wanted to make sure that I can say that because we haven't got that much time.
That's great. That's fantastic. Yes, that deserves an applause, I think, for your leadership. If I may just quickly jump on that, Anna, I think most people here will think to themselves, what does the UK have to do with cooling? So maybe you can just tell us a little bit about why cooling has been important to you in the UK as a topic.
Yeah, I mean, because of climate change, summers are getting a lot hotter in the UK. Cooling is an active issue in the UK and Europe as well, more and more. So it's impacting us, and we need to address it.
I say that coming from Canada, where people always look at me like, what are you working on? So, okay, thank you so much, Anna. I will maybe segue to Rosalinda from the European Commission. We just heard from Anna that this is becoming an important topic for the UK and also for Europe. Certainly there's been a lot of heat waves we heard about also from the earlier panel. Could you tell us a little bit about how the European Commission is tackling this issue?
Yes, absolutely. And let me just first thank, in particular, UNEP, and it's a real pleasure and honor to be here. I think this is really cool stuff that's going on. I mean, I have to also make the cool joke, right? So in the European Union, we basically had a strategy on heating and cooling adopted in 2016, which basically acknowledged the crucial role of these sectors in the transition to a more sustainable energy system. And the heat waves of recent years and even recent days in Europe show really the urgency of developing sustainable cooling solutions that are, of course, more efficient, more environmentally friendly, and still very affordable. And, of course, initiatives like the Global Cooling Pledge will commit participants to work together to increase sustainable cooling on the agenda. And we are really a strong believer that the pledge will greatly increase the visibility for the sustainable cooling systems and really, across the globe, spur further action. So maybe very briefly on the EU policies on sustainable cooling. So we basically have a holistic approach, and I would summarize them based on 4 building blocks. So the first building block is really focusing on product efficiency, and there we have an energy labeling system for all kinds of cooling devices indicating the energy efficiency. And we don't work with stars or with numbers, we actually work with the alphabet. And it's very clear that A is the best, and then we go down the alphabet, and the more you go down the alphabet, the worse it gets. And then linked to this labeling system, there are basically additional incentives that can be linked to that. So additional subsidies or only A products could be part of green public procurement exercises. So basically, you have the labeling, but then, if you have an A label, there may be also financial incentives linked to that. So still on the product efficiency, we also have, in the context of our Renewable Energy Directive, so we have new obligations for member states to develop more renewable energy in the cooling systems. And also we've set up a methodology for renewable cooling to really then calculate how much this would contribute to our European legally binding targets for member states on renewable energy. So that's the first building block on the product itself. Then the second building block is linked to the design of building on our EU policy on cooling. Then the third building block is linked with skills. I think also capacity building was already mentioned. And we have also specific rules for EU member states that look into training and certification of cooling installers. And then the last building block I would like to mention is linked to research and development. So we have in Europe the Horizon Europe program, where we are really investing into R&D for making the cooling and sustainable cooling more efficient. We have a specific pledge that we are launching under the European Innovation Council. This is in our upcoming work program of this year, and there we have really a challenge on clean and efficient cooling, and we are making available 30 million euros. Deadline for submitting proposals is the 18th of October of this year. And then finally, still part of our research and development program, we have launched missions, because we love missions. And we have one mission that is linked on cities, and it's really great because then we also have the Mission Innovation Urban Transition mission, and that mission will of course also play a crucial role in finding solutions, raising awareness at the local level. It was really great to hear from the mayor in the previous section. So I think this will be very, very important initiatives that will contribute also to the cooling pledge. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for sharing with us the very holistic approach that you've been taking to cooling, and great also to hear about the tackling the buildings and sort of passive and efficient solutions in buildings, which I think is something that sometimes is overlooked when we talk about cooling. So maybe if I could turn to you, Mr. Benoit, and hear a bit from an academic perspective, how we can encourage greater research and development and innovation in the cooling sector.
Great, thanks. It's a real pleasure to be here. Actually, before I was an academic, I was the head of the Energy Efficiency Division at the IA, and I worked for nearly 2 decades at the World Bank. So I will say it's much easier to be here as an academic because we have no responsibilities. So we have also the freedom to say what we want to say. Let me just say a few comments, in some ways building on what the minister said earlier and the presenters right now. There's been a lot of discussion about how we should hold these sessions remotely. We should have remote conferences. I think there are a lot of advantages to having them be in person, and in particular when we're talking about the issue of cooling, because it's very useful to sort of be in a situation in India and Goa where we're getting a sense of what the weather's like. And if I could make a suggestion, what we really should do is we should turn off the air conditioning, and let's see how we all feel. And I think what we basically see is that we can expect that globally in developing countries, we're going to see an unstoppable increasing demand for air conditioning. And that's going to be driven, as people said earlier, by rising prosperity, increasing affordability, and population growth. And so in some ways, when we think about sustainable cooling, I would submit maybe that's a little misleading. It's cooling that must be sustainable, because it's going to be the cooling that's unstoppable. So, what we have seen also is time and time again, governments, when faced with a choice of actually cutting cooling or cutting emissions, have chosen cooling. We've seen that in China. There are discussions as well in India about the need to meet consumers' demand for cooling. And that fundamentally is an important driver when we're discussing this issue about sustainable cooling. I would sort of say that in discussing this issue also, it's also useful to look at it at different levels. We have the massively growing demand for air conditioning specifically that we talk a lot about, what I would refer to as high-end cooling. And we understand that affordability limits access for many poorer people to what then is still important, low-tech, low-cost cooling systems, including fans. And as somebody mentioned in the first presentation, importantly, cooling is no longer simply a question of comfort. It's a question of health and survivability. And so in some ways, it's Damilola, who is here, who heads the SDG 7 initiative. I think maybe we need to consider ultimately a new type of universal access, and that's universal access to basic cooling. because we're going to run into an issue that if people don't have access to adequate cooling, they are going to die. And so I think that's something that we should be considering as well when we're thinking about this issue of cooling. It's no longer simply a question of comfort, increasing productivity, and the like. So just really as a final word, as we look ahead and we look to the 9 billion people who are going to be on this planet in 20, 30 years, it's no longer simply a question of the need and the desire to have cooling. We are going to be facing an increasing demand for cooling. And we need to meet that demand in a sustainable way. And so I'm so very pleased that UNEP is leading this critical effort together with the support of many countries so that we can all end up in a situation where people have access to the cooling they need, to the cooling that will enable more productivity, and also done in a way that's sustainable and consistent with our climate goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think the point on thermal comfort is really an important one. We always discuss that when you're traveling. I'm living in Bangkok and in the Asia region, and any of the airports that I go to or conferences centers, I'm always freezing. And I think there's a question there of what do we perceive as comfortable, and linking that also to how we set our temperatures and to the cooling challenge. So I think that was a very important point. I wanted to actually turn back to you, Anna, because I think you gave a quick intervention thinking we'd have no time left, but we still have just maybe 2 more minutes left. And I wanted to turn to you on innovation because it was something that came up in Ravi and Rosalina and Philip's discussion on how important that is. I know Mission Innovation conceptualized the 5X Global Cooling Prize and really showed how we can have air conditioners that have 5 times less climate impact. Could you tell us a little bit about this initiative and how it's supporting deployment?
Yeah, definitely. So, so first of all, it was the 5 times Global Cooling Prize. It was conceived by the Mission Innovation Challenge for affordable heating and cooling in 2017. So it was driven by India, the Rocky Mountain Institute, and Mission Innovation. And so the aim was to disrupt the market for room air conditioners. So this is a very mature technology. The efficiency hadn't changed for decades, very hard to move that. So it was something where we thought we really needed more innovation. But there's also quite a big increase as climate change, increase in risk as climate change increases, then we could be locked into a lot more of these inefficient air conditioners. And there's projections that by 2050, these conditioners could result in around 0.5 degrees climate change just from them alone. So it was a really good demonstration how we could increase the efficiency. I think there were 139 applications, 8 finalist teams, and then 2 winners. And one of those actually exceeded the 5 times target, actually meeting 10 times efficiency increase for these particular room air conditioning units. So the question how that needed to be taken forward next, I mean, it's a great demonstration of how international collaboration can result in increased efficiency and improved innovation. But we need to now move on to the deployment. So the Cool Clean Collaborative is taking this forward, as we heard in some side events earlier in the week, doing more on deploying it. And Mission Innovation is contributing to that as well. But it's also now led on to an initiative called the Super Efficient Equipment and Appliance Deployment Initiative, which was launched at COP26 in Glasgow, supported by 23 countries. And that's aiming to deploy more not just the air conditioning units, but also other products, so refrigeration, motors, and lighting, so that we can increase the efficiency of other appliances too. But finally, I just wanted to say we can also learn from this initiative. So for example, in the UK, we've got a target of 600,000 per year deployment of heat pumps by 2028. So we need a big increase in that. And a lot of the learnings from the Global Cooling Prize can actually be transferred onto to other technologies like heat pumps. We've got an innovation program in the UK called Heat Pump Ready, and the learnings from the Global Cooling Prize are being transferred into that. So it's these kind of big collaborative innovation competitions and work can also then be transferred onto other technologies and used more.
Thank you. I think that leads me to my final question to all of you. If you could just give maybe a 30-second intervention on how you believe we can leverage international collaboration, leverage international platforms like COP28 and G20, CEM, MI, to really accelerate the transition to efficient, sustainable cooling. Maybe I'll start with you, Philip. But please, 30 seconds, because I'm getting a glaring remark, glaring eyes from
30, 29,
from the team.
28, 20. No, look, I think very simply, one of the greatest needs we need is for wealthy countries to better incorporate into their own thinking that we have a common interest in eliminating the negative externalities regarding climate. What we tend to see time and time again, as much as there's a discussion around this, there's a failure, let's say, in the private sector and the like, to realize that we all have an interest in India having a low carbon path, Indonesia, all these other countries. So better internalizing, be more explicit about the negative externalities we're going to avoid by encouraging and supporting emerging economies down a low carbon pathway, I think would increase support for things like the Sustainable Cooling Initiative.
Perfect, thank you. Rosalina.
Very simple. I mean, I'll go back to Europe and I'll make a lot of publicity from the European Commission side about the pledge. And I just hope that, you know, millions of countries will sign up at COP for this pledge.
Thank you. Ravi, over to you.
I think it's one and only thing that is needed, leadership.
Yeah, international collaboration, the Global Cooling Pledge, which the UK is supporting. Yeah.
Well, great. I think with that, I'd like to give a round of applause to our distinguished guests. Thank you very much for joining us. And I'll just wrap up the panel. I think we're going to be closing any minute. I just wanted to say, I think today, hopefully, you've all been inspired to action. I think the key message I take away is that no one sector and no one stakeholder is going to meet this challenge alone. And I think that's a message I heard from all of you. And I also heard from the earlier panel. We are all going to have to put our hands together and make this, seize this opportunity towards COP28. And I look forward to working with all of you to get there. Thank you very much. Thank you.
co-chaired by India and the UK in the CEM Secretariat. A very, very warm welcome to you, Mr. Shapps, for being here. Thank you very, very much. You may recall that the GGI initiative was launched by the then UK Prime Minister, Mr. Boris Johnson, and the OSOWOG initiative was launched by the Indian Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, together at Glasgow during the COP. As far as OSOWOG is concerned, we had earlier at the 4th Assembly of the International Solar Alliance talked about how we would make it happen, which followed on Mr. Modi's commitment as the first assembly on the fact that countries and regions should be connected to each other. The initiative together, GGI and OSOWOG, they embody the vision of the fact that the sun never sets. If you've got grids, you can move electrons from one part of the country, one part of a region, one part of the continent to another. And with the growing adoption of renewable energy in place of fossil fuel-based sources, we are looking at the challenges of addressing intermittency, which makes grids ever more important. Because we need to make electricity flow from regions where there is an excess to regions where there's a deficit. For example, this could be a way of balancing. Instead of investing in battery capacity, you could invest in grid capacity. This, in a sense, therefore, is complementary to the actions that we take ourselves. We need new grid connections between the places where we have renewables and the places where we have the loads, and the places where the sun is shining and the places where the sun is already set. It is important now, and I'm delighted that Mr. Shapps is in the chair, to also focus on the kind of interaction that we have had between countries on this. The involvement of the CEM and the MI together can help in constructing a viable pathway for transitioning to a clean energy future, one that is enabled, that is mediated by these grid connections. This implies, of course, that we need financial institutions which can mediate. We need technical and regulatory management institutions that can mediate. We need knowledge sharing. We are looking at this high-level dialogue to identify opportunities for collaboration and draw experience of regional efforts which can help see how we expand this. May I now request Mr. Grant Shapps, the UK Minister, to say a few words and to initiate the proceedings. Mr. Shapps.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Mather. And good afternoon to everyone. If you check your watches and clocks, you may notice we're running a little behind, so I'll make this swift. But I did just want to say, I don't know if anybody's heard, it's a sort of quite a well-known English saying, we say it a lot in the UK. Someone has all the gear and no idea. Have you ever heard that phrase? All the gear. I see a lot of blank faces. Right, I'm going to explain it to you. It's used to describe the kind of person who goes on a camping trip and has all the best equipment, but they've got absolutely no idea how to pitch their tent. Oh, now I see some faces recognizing it. It's the kind of person who is a budding chef. They've got every type of pan and griddle, but they can't actually chop an onion. It's that kind of person. A few more people are recognizing it. It's a musician who might have, 5 or 6 different types of guitars. The only problem is they don't know which way round to hold them, let alone play a tune. And when it comes to energy security, I think it's really important that we don't, as the world, fall into the trap of all the gear, but no idea how to deliver that energy transition. Because there's no point in producing all the renewable energy in the world to power the world if we haven't actually got the infrastructure to actually then go ahead and use that energy, and that's really critical. Without robust grids, without networks, we'll never triple the global renewables that we need to do by 2030, and nor will we reach our net zero targets by any date. Or, to put it a different way around, I suppose, there's no transition without transmission. And that, I think, is the key point of this session. And that's why also at COP26 in Glasgow, we launched the Green Grids Initiative to mobilize political, technical, financial cooperation to strengthen regional and national power systems. It's why we also, in the UK, are very proud to support India's One Sun, One World, One Grid vision. A more interconnected global grid has the potential to reshape the global energy system for a green era, ensuring there is a reliable, secure, affordable energy available no matter, as you just said, what the weather is doing. And while improving our collective energy security in the wake of rising fuel prices sparked by President Putin's illegal, brutal, and unjustified war in Ukraine, we must not underestimate the immense challenges that lie ahead. Now, the International Energy Agency predicts that we'll need to double the amount of global grid infrastructure that exists today, and that's enough electricity cable to wrap around the world over 2,000 times, to put that into perspective. It means global annual investment in grids will need to more than triple to over $1 trillion by 2040. And so we need to go further, and we need to go much faster, fully harnessing the collective weight of collaboration between the countries, businesses, all sectors of society, and pooling together decades of experience, decades of expertise and resources. Which is why at COP28, the CGI will showcase plans for some of the most transformational prospective regional interconnectors the world has seen to date. Projects in the Global South alongside a global interconnector framework and electricity transition playbooks. Much to do. And in the meantime, we very much look forward to strengthening our collaboration and ensuring that in the end, the world has all the gear and we actually have the right ideas to succeed as well. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
As the minister mentioned, we are way out of schedule. Not just a few minutes late, we are probably an hour late. This has played havoc with people's calendars, and consequently, we will go along and play it by the ear. And I request those people who are here to help join us on the stage. So without further ado, I think I'm going to call on Mr. Subir Sen, who is the Executive Director in Power Grid and was the head of the OSOWOC task force, to talk about the kinds of interconnections that we are talking about. Dr. Sen?
Good afternoon to all. Respected Mr. Grant Shapps, Honorable Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, Government of United Kingdom. Respected Mr. Dilip Nigamji, Advisor and Scientist G, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Respected DG, International Solar Alliance, and all the esteemed delegates As already highlighted, that we are talking about the energy transition, but when we are talking the energy transition, so transmission is playing a key role. Without transmission, we cannot think about the energy transmission. So that's what, when our Honorable Prime Minister vision is for one sun, one world, one grid, it is basically a regional electricity grids interconnection is talking about. So if we see this aspect, we have to see that there will be a single grid, because sun is one, why can't we have a one grid? And if we start from the far east side of the globe, maybe the southeast region, and extreme west, starting from the South Asia, then Middle East, and since Middle East basically comprising the Gulf Cooperation Council, then followed to the Africa and coming to the European Union. So from far east to the extreme west, it is coming through one, how we can connect all these different electricity networks through the grid. So what is the concept behind that? We have explained that east to west, so there is a time diversity. So the top curve on the right-hand side shows that how the peak time diversity, peak demand diversity is shifting from one regional grid to the other regional grid. So it will be more than 5 to 6 hours if we consider from one part to the extreme end. Number two is that not the all regions are bestowed with equal potential of the renewable generation. So those are unevenly distributed. So these two aspects need to be taken into account, and that is the concept behind the one sun, one world, one grid. Now we all know that why these grid interconnections are required. There is a benefit. If all the intra-regional interconnections are there, whether it is a Southeast Asia, South Asia, Middle East, Africa or Europe, within the region there are interconnections. So these benefits we have highlighted because we are talking about the energy transition through the clean energy form. So more and more renewable capacity needs to be installed, maybe in one location, but that can be transferred to the other sites. Now these renewables are basically variable in nature when we're talking about the solar or wind. So So these are the benefits. One is that it will facilitate large-scale development of the renewable capacity, which will usher towards the clean energy transition. And as I already told, these renewable energy potentials are unevenly distributed within region, across the region also. So that will facilitate optimal utilization of these uneven energy resources. This will also bring the economy in operation. In terms of that, because we have to harness the peak time diversity, and also we can have a large scale solar capacity in one location. That will also needs the lot of balancing reserves. So if we interconnect these various regions, so that will facilitate optimal utilization of the reserves also. It's not necessary that every control area needs a reserve. So once we interconnect, then it will improve the grid supply, grid stability, even the resilient too. Not the least is that it will normalize the vibrant electricity market, power market it will also enable with this. So this is the most suitable strategy to facilitate the energy transition if we have the regional grids interconnections. So what are the considerations required when we go ahead with the regional grid interconnections through the cross-border mechanism? So there are 5-6 aspects need to be deliberated upon. One is that technical considerations, which will basically identify that what is the type of interconnections will be required. It can be an asynchronous interconnection through the HVDC system. It can be a synchronous interconnection through complete AC, or it can be have a radial interconnections. There are different types of interconnections are available. Then we have to decide that how much quantum of power need to be transferred, maybe in the initial stage and then subsequently in the long-term strategy. Then comes the commercial or the business model. This what will be the mode of transaction, whether it will be a bilateral mode or a trilateral mode or maybe a parallel or market mechanism. So that we have to see, and the cost of investment, recovery mechanism. So that is the business model it will give. Then implementation modality, how this link, whatever has been identified, has to be implemented. There are different models are also available. Then the last but not least is the institutional and regulatory mechanisms will be required. And before that, we have to also address the operational aspects. That means the grid management aspect, metering, then scheduling, dispatch, mechanism and ancillary services, dispute settlement, all these things we have to deliberate. So these are the various considerations which are required for cross-border interconnections. As part of this, we have studied that whatever existing interconnections are available across the globe in the various regions and maybe across the regions also. So these are the findings with respect to those 5 aspects, that the type of cross-border interconnections, what is the business model or commercial arrangement, funding mechanisms, how the charges are getting recovered, as well as the future these cross-border type of links. So those are also highlighted. If we see the capacity, if we add all these 5 regions, so presently it is having capacity around 2,250 gigawatt. It's the total installed capacity. This chart shows that the green component is very less. And by the year 2030, we are expecting that the total installed capacity of all these 5 regions will be more than 3,700 gigawatt. Though the size of the green part is increasing, but not that entirely covering with the green. So it is expected that the installed capacity will grow more than 1.5 times. Similarly, the demand will also grow around 1.5 times from present level of around 1,200 gigawatt to around 1,780 gigawatt if we add all these 5 regions. So whatever informations are available in the various sources, so based upon that, we have identified the various transmission links between the regional grids, right from the Southeast Asia and then South Asia, and within South Asia also inter-regional, like between India to Maldives also, and then the South Asia to the Middle East connecting GCC, and then there are already links are under constructions, or some links are under planning stage between Middle East to Africa and Africa to European Union. So entire these things, whatever links are under constructions, existing or planning stage, so that will make a complete global grid right from the Southeast Asia moving towards the European side. So obviously, after addressing all those aspects, the framework for the regional grids interconnections are required. So one is that apex level, it needs to be have a cooperation of the intergovernmental through the dialogues, MOUs, institutional arrangement, etc. And then, as I already highlighted, the feasibility studies need to be carried out. So that is the technical side for detailing. The rules and regulations to be set so that there is a common minimum grid code and standards, regulatory mechanisms, dispute resolution mechanism, and the business models, what will be the mode of transactions, how the funding will be done for those cross-border links, and the recovery mechanism. Then operational framework is very much important so that the grid stability should not be compromised. It should become resilient, robust, as well as secure and stable. Then the last but not least is need for the sustainable capacity building, because there are a lot of new technologies will be integrated. So we have to have a harmonized capacity building, so best practices sharing as well as the advanced technology. So in the end, if we see, so these are the various aspects which have to be deliberated upon, this intergovernmental agreement between the regions and countries. Then we have to form the various committees or groups to look into the various aspects of interconnections, as I already highlighted, like techno-economic analysis, operational features, then the business models, and also how to do the operation and maintenance of this link. That is also very much important. And finally, the link can be established. So with this way, we can gradually move towards the objective of one sun, one world, one grid. So I'll stop it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Subir Sen, for providing us this background of the structure of moving ahead with the One Sun, One World, One Grid. It now gives me great pleasure to welcome Mr. R.K. Singh, the Honorable Indian Minister for New and Renewable Energy and for Power, who is also the President of the International Solar Alliance. Can I request you, sir, as chair of this committee, of the One Sun, One World, One Grid and GGI initiative, to say a few words to initiate the discussion?
Thank you. Excellency, Mr. Grant Shapps, the Honorable Minister for Energy, United Kingdom, Dr. Jay Mathur, the Director General of the International Solar Alliance, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen. The idea of One Sun, One World, One Grid came from our Prime Minister. He noticed the fact that something which we have been observing, but we hadn't actually thought of taking advantage of it, that the sun shines at different times across the different time zones. Now, if you join countries in different time zones, then you don't need storage. And you have round-the-clock renewable energy, because then the sun will never set. There was a time when the sun never set on the British Empire. So this would be something like that. The sun would never set. That's his idea. And that's a brilliant idea. Because, it's brilliant for the simple fact that storage is so expensive. The blunt fact is that people have been talking about climate change. The people have been talking about the need for energy transition, but you can't have the need for going to net zero. But you can't actually go to net zero unless you have round-the-clock renewable energy. Now you have, for round-the-clock renewable energy, you need storage. Storage is very expensive. That, as I said, we came out with a bid for 1,000 megawatt hours of storage, and the rate which I got, at which we signed up that agreement, was 10 rupees per kilowatt hour. So 2 rupees 30 paise for making the renewable energy, and 10 rupees per unit for storing it for 1 hour. That's the ratio. That's how expensive storage is, battery storage is right now. Pumped hydro is slightly cheaper. It's about 5 rupees, 5.5 rupees, that will be it. But battery storage is very expensive. So if you are thinking about round-the-clock renewable energy, it's going to be, at this rate, it's going to be beyond the, it's not going to be viable. It will be beyond something which the people can afford. Therefore, it's just not going to work. Interconnections will be probably more viable. Now, we already have, so this is how we started off with. And when we discussed this, and when we were discussing this, then we, and the United Kingdom, we both felt that we are on the same page. They also have the same view, that this grid interconnection is the future. That's the future. And we have found that it works. We have found that it works because we've got interconnections with our neighboring countries. We have an interconnection with Bangladesh. We have a grid interconnection with Bhutan, we have a grid interconnection with Nepal, and we have a smaller interconnection with Myanmar, which we are expanding. And it works, it works. It helps both countries. Whenever, more power is needed there, they can draw upon our power. Whenever they find a good market here in India, where the prices in the exchange go up, they sell their extra power here. So it benefits both countries. So we decided that we'll take it forward. Now, our next step, of course, we have got feasibility studies conducted, and our next step is to have a conference whereby we are in the process of, we have drafted, we've finished a first draft of a framework agreement. So we'll have a meeting of all the interested countries so that that framework agreement is signed. And once that framework agreement is signed, then this organization will get off the ground. So that framework agreement will share with all the interested countries, and we will make whatever amendments needs to be made. This will be a world organization. This is not an Indo-British or a British-India organization. This will be a world organization because this will be a world grid. So we'll take the views and opinions of all the stakeholders in this, because this is going to help everybody. Now, the next steps insofar as interconnections are concerned, you see, this is already happening. Because as soon as this concept was announced, a number of countries, our neighboring countries, felt that this is something which is great. So Sri Lanka and us, we've drawn up an agreement for interconnection, and that agreement has been approved by our cabinet. So it will be signed in the next couple of months whenever the Sri Lankan president visits or our prime minister visits Sri Lanka. We have agreements, draft agreements with the United Arab Emirates and with Saudi Arabia. Now, both those agreements are also waiting cabinet approval. So once that cabinet approval is there, then we'll sign the interconnection agreements with them. With Myanmar, we are going to strengthen our interconnection agreements. With Singapore, we have had preliminary discussions, and some feasibility studies are going on with Singapore as well. So this is already happening as we speak. The events are overtaking us because this is so very advantageous to all the parties concerned. There's just one hurdle, and that hurdle is actually the manufacturing capacity. The manufacturing capacity of cables is very, very limited. And if you give an order for a cable today, I think the delivery will take place after 3 years or 4 years or something like that. That's how long the waiting. That's how long the waiting list is for the cables. So we'll have to, as a world, get together and increase the manufacturing capacity of cables. Now, is this going to be viable? Yes. It is going to be viable because the interconnections, renewable energy interconnections make sense because of the differing time zones and because of the fact that the potential exists in some parts, whereas the demand exists in some other parts. And the renewable energy costs are now so low that the costs of transmission will still not make it unviable. Even including those costs, the cost of electricity will still remain viable. That's why it is viable. That is something which is actually going to happen in the future. Now, this is not going to connect country by country. What we are going to do is to connect regions. So there is already, as I said, we already have a South Asia network. There's already a Southeast Asian network, ASEAN network. It's already there. We just have to connect it at one point, and the whole ASEAN group is connected. There's already a Middle East network. We have to get connected once, and you have the whole Middle East connected. There is in Africa. In Africa, I believe there are 3 networks. I think my colleague there, he'll tell you as to whether there are 3 or 4. Are there 3 or 4? Oh, there are 4 networks in Africa. So we'll have to get connected to one network, and then from one network to another network, etc., etc. But what this will do is, it will bring electricity to places where electricity is needed, and it will bring it at reasonable cost. So that is the future. And this is the new world. The new world does not spew out smoke, it's green. And the new world is that it connects all of us. That's the new world. And it provides electricity, it provides energy at least cost. That's renewable energy for us. And it does away with the requirement of batteries. That's the major thing. The known reserves of lithium are limited. The bulk of those reserves have been tied up by some countries. The manufacturing capacities for batteries are limited. Expanding those manufacturing capacities will take time, but battery will have a cost. Battery will have a cost. It has a cost. It will remain costly. I think the future lies in getting interconnected. And so your deliberations will take you into the different nuances. But believe you me, we have tried it, we are working it, and all the parties concerned, they are happy. I mean, Nepal is happy, we are happy, Bangladesh is happy, we are happy, so it works. Thank you.
I take this opportunity to thank Mr. R.K. Singh for the inaugural address. Sir, you have to leave. Okay. I want to thank him as he leaves, and we are extremely grateful for his presence and for his words, even though for a short time. It is now my pleasure to welcome Mr. Rob Cook to talk about the GGI initiative before I move to Mr. Dimitrios Papastanou to talk about the World Bank's views. Rob.
Thank you. I'll make this intervention short. But it's an honor to be able to speak here today on behalf of the Green Grids Initiative and reflect our ongoing partnership with the International Solar Alliance through One Sun, One World, One Grid. I think our bringing the UK and India together through COP26 shows that this, as was mentioned by Minister R.K. Singh, needs to be a truly global effort. And I think this is reflected in the support for the One Sun Declaration that was signed by over 90 countries. Collaboration is absolutely key to realizing this vision, and it's at the very heart of what the Green Grids Initiative is looking to achieve by bringing together an ecosystem of key actors, including governments, regulators, operators, academia, international finance institutions, and the private sector. The GGI, it seeks to provide a conduit for investment and assistance that can help drive transformational projects to accelerate global green grids. To give just a short example, we're working with leading regional partners, including the Southern African Power Pool and African Development Bank, as part of our Regional Africa Working Group, to convene and catalyse support in Southern Africa through the Zimbabwe, Zambia, Botswana, Namibia interconnectors, also known as Zabona, which is a vital project for reducing power congestion in Southern Africa and facilitating the scale-up and distribution of clean energy for sustainable development. To this end, the GGI ecosystem, as part of the GGI ecosystem, the Climate Compatible Growth Programme is developing Zabona emissions reduction scenarios that will help build the case to unlock critical climate and concessional finance to help to make this project a reality. And it's through projects such as Zabona, alongside the playbook and the principles as mentioned by Secretary of State Grant Shapps, that the GGI can play an important role and lay the groundwork and ultimately help deliver this One Sun, One World, One Grid vision. And we look forward to our continued partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Now, can I request Mr. Dimitrios Papastanou to share his thoughts with us?
Thank you very much, Ajay, and good afternoon, late afternoon to everyone. I thought I would take the opportunity to tell you what is it that we have learned in the World Bank when it comes to interconnecting countries, because this is something that we've been doing for several decades now, and we have also been in the business of helping expanding the transmission networks in several countries around the world, including here in India, whether with Power Grid, we had one of our longest and probably most successful programs in the energy sector. So I think Dr. Sen put it very well. the basis and the way to start this takes political commitment. That is where we start. Because the uncertainties of interconnection and because these are projects that have very long lifetimes mean that unless we have a good political alignment, the decision-making to go ahead with investments, to put together the financing is very hard to come by. So this is number one. We need the political commitment, and I think the fact that we're all together here and the way that this is phrased as one world, one grid and one sun is a good way to think about it. Because at the end of the day, and whether we like it or not, this is one planet, we don't have another one, and we have to find a way to work together so that we can really keep it as a livable planet. So the second thing we have learned is that feasibility studies are good, but they're not perfect. Most often, our assumptions are wrong. But what is right, and what comes always, or most of the cases true, is that once we pass the first few years where things do not turn out exactly how we thought they would turn out, we almost every time find out that when we interconnect countries, the kind of dynamics that interplay between systems work out well, and as Minister Singh just mentioned, parties benefit on both sides. Now, the final thing that I know, and you probably know as well, is that interconnections among countries and among regions take a very long time to come together. The last experience that we had was we financed and our board approved a very important project, which is connecting Africa with Europe. We just approved the financing last month between Tunisia and Europe. And this is a project that's going to be very interesting, but very challenging as well, for many reasons, including the fact that we're going to cross depths in the Mediterranean that haven't been crossed before, and the fact that we have completely different market structures in Europe compared to what we have in Tunisia, and very different capacities and capabilities. Plus, as was correctly mentioned again from the minister, we have still lingering uncertainties about the supply of equipment, the supply of cables, the timing of their delivery, and the pricing. But again, what we know for sure is that once we interconnect the north of Africa with the south of Europe, this is definitely going to unlock a tremendous amount of potential on renewable side that we have in North Africa to serve some of the challenges that Europe is facing today. So this is what I would like to leave you with. We need the political commitment. Don't worry if the feasibility study has uncertainties, because at the end of the day, things do work out, and this is what our experience shows again. And these things take a lot of time to put together, so we really need to focus and get them done. The last good news is that financing in general, once we have these three things together and this kind of approach, is not a big problem. We really can come up with the financing and we can sort things out. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Many thanks, Dimitrios. This was amazingly excellent. I mean, the point about not being able to get the story right in the beginning is a great learning, because we don't need to wait for perfection to start. Can I request His Excellency Ren Jindong, the Vice Administrator of the National Energy Administration, to share his thoughts with us? Whenever you wish. It's really up to you.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. And the most crucial one is that large-scale integration of variable renewable energy and the sector electrification and widespread electricity access. For example, just the major challenges, for example, is have green power technology innovation, and the new power facilities construction, and the operation of the green power systems and also the business models and the mechanisms, such as this is also the main challenges. In the power system, with up to 100% renewable energy, the cost competitivity of the source, grid, node, storage is quite different. So in different countries and regions, there is a low, most cost competitive and universally applicable solutions. Therefore, specific analysis of specific issues is still needed. In our experience, this first increase government funding. Just World Bank said they have a strong there's a political commitment to do this. And also secondly is strengthening government's cooperation between the different countries and improve and optimize the integrated science and technology innovation chain of government, industry, academia, research, and application. First is reinforce collaborative cooperation among relative countries. And also have enhanced the construction of the share of the R&D infrastructure. Last is a strengthen green power related training, which is equivalent development and standard constructions. The government and the private sectors will be solid partners in joint consultation and the construction of the energy infrastructure and the improvement of global energy efficiency. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gao. I'm extremely grateful to you both for participating and for speaking on your own behalf and on behalf of Mr. Rain. Thank you very, very much. I now request the three leaders of the Indian power sector, the chairman of the Central Electricity Authority, Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad, followed by Mr. Srikanth, who is the CMD of Power Grid, followed by Mr. Narasimhan, who is the chairman of Grid India, the grid manager, to share their thoughts with us. Ghanshyam Saab.
Good evening to everyone. I think after hearing Honorable Minister, I have little to say, but then I would like to give the Indian perspective definitely to the whole episode of One Sun, One World and One Grid. In fact, if you see historically India also, we had state grids, and that were small grids we had, and we started interconnecting between the states, came to region, and by 2013, I think we had a single grid running on a synchronous mode. We realized the fact that interconnections pays us a lot, and even if you see Indian conditions, we have a diversity of demand starting from the eastern part to the western part of the country itself. That's the thought, that's the process, and that savings that we have at a national level now is tremendous. And this concept we have extended not only within India, but have gone slightly beyond India as well, and we started interconnecting with Bhutan, with Nepal, with Bangladesh, to some extent with Myanmar, with a small interconnection only, but we are hoping that we connect with them in a larger manner. Honorable Minister already mentioned that we are also targeting Singapore as well as Sri Lanka. So these are some of the things which South Asia grid and the Southeast Asia grid, ASEAN grid, we are trying to see that they get interconnected as quickly as possible. Similarly, I think as was being mentioned, that Europe getting interconnected with the Northern Africa, I think that's all fundamental things that has been already envisaged in the report. In the G20, we had a paper, we had got a study conducted on this OSOGOS, and that has been circulated among the G20 countries as well, wherein we have highlighted what is going to be the benefits out of if we really adopt this principle and start interconnecting the regional grids that we have in the country. Just to cut short the entire discussion, and I can only say at this point of time is there is a time differential of roughly around 9 hours if I take Southeast Asia and go up to the Europe. See, you have solar for 8 hours, 9 hours during the day for any country, and if you really integrate the entire thing, starting from the Southeast Asia to Europe, I think you can add further 10 hours, and if you do that, probably your storage requirement and the balancing requirement for any country is going to reduce to a tremendous amount. As you are already aware that the cost of electricity, if I want to store as of now, is tremendously high. And if we have to really take out that kind of structure, and probably we'll have to have more of that kind of an advantages. So it ultimately amounts to that we need to see how quickly we are able to get these integrations in place. Mr. Dam is here, with whom we had been doing a number of studies. So we have been doing, I think, and these studies, of course, we do it, but I think it was rightly mentioned by a previous speaker that we need a political commitment. I think that is definitely required, which we have seen in case of when we went ahead with either Bhutan or with Nepal or with Bangladesh, and now going ahead with some other countries as well. But then, with political commitment, you must try to see that there are technical advantages, and which we have seen as a technical organization, as the Central Electricity Authority, and all our colleagues, whether it is Power Grid or Green India, who will be coming and sharing with you the thoughts on this particular aspect. With that, I'll thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ghanshyam. Can I now request Mr. Shrikant, the Chairman and Managing Director of Power Grid, to share his thoughts with us. Power Grid is the main Indian grid operator.
Thank you. Good evening, His Excellency Mr. Ghanshyam, Dr. Ajay Mathur, DGISA, and all the dignitaries present. I think, cross-border connections have been there for quite some time now, whether it is regional or bilateral. The rationale was either to get power because some country had to meet its demand, or to exploit its natural resources. What distinguishes the concept of OSOWOG is fundamentally not only in its scale, the sheer scale is so huge, but also it is founded on sustainability. I think that is a very fundamental difference of one sun, one world, one grid concept. Having said that, the large-scale investments which are required for this to be realized cannot just be on the basis of sustainability. It has to make economic rationale. And as despite all the assumption flaws which are prevalent or which can be there, the initial studies show that several of these interconnections, whether it is bilateral or between two regional pools, make sense, make economic sense besides sustainability. Now, when these are supporting sustainability, these are making economic sense, what is the major stumbling block? At the cost of repetition, I would again say it is the political will, it is the commitment and at the leadership and policy makers to have the grid interconnections and also to frame the regulatory structures required to facilitate the movement. Today, for movement of men and material across borders, we have extremely standardized processes and procedures. I think similar such structures, regulatory structures, are essential to internationalize electricity and facilitate its smooth movement. And the other point, which was also mentioned by His Excellency R.K. Singh, was about the capacity constraints. I think our friends from Hitachi are here. They would be throwing light on this perhaps. The expensive interconnections, the large investments required, and the capacity constraints. I think industry will have to look at some innovative solutions. How do we make these more affordable? Because the sheer scale of the initial investment is so daunting that, if there are flaws in the assumptions, then this whole thing will perhaps go for a toss. So it will require a huge amount of due diligence before this money comes to the table. So one of the ways to do is to find innovation, to support innovation, so that it brings down the costs and then speed up the implementation so that the benefits of this OSOWOG are reaped sooner than later. As a leading transmission utility of the country, we are fully behind this concept and we look forward to participate in the implementation of this scheme. Thank you so much.
Can I thank Mr. Grant Shapps for his presence and more importantly for sharing his thoughts with us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks very much.
Can I now request Mr. S.R. Narasimhan, the Chairman and Managing Director of Grid India, who is the grid operator, the independent grid operator who ensures, for example, that we don't go without electricity. Mr. Narasimhan.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you, Dr. Ajay Mathur, for this introduction. Esteemed dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, it's a real pleasure and honor for me to share my thoughts on this occasion. And having been closely involved in interconnection of regional grids within India, right from 1991 to 2013, and then we also had the cross-border connections with Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Myanmar, and Nepal. So I feel it's a subject which is very close to my heart. So we have already reaped enormous benefits from this interconnection by harnessing the diversity and having economy interchange. And mind you, we did all this at a time when renewable energy was nowhere on the horizon. We finished interconnecting all the regional grids by 2013. And so I think with the thrust on renewables and non-fossil fuels, expansion of the grid through interconnections, that's a necessary step. I would like to touch upon one advantage which unfortunately doesn't find much mention in all these feasibility reports that we come across for any cross-border interconnection. In fact, right since today morning, we have been discussing about the huge uncertainties with which we are going through. We talked about extreme heat wave and cold wave conditions that affects different parts of the globe. We have droughts in many years, or we have high precipitation or cloud bursts in a particular area. And you would have all read about how northern India was affected with rains in Jammu and Kashmir, all the northern India hilly states. And of course, we have seen the toll it took on both human life and property. But what's not stated is that we also had high siltation on all the river basins. And we lost about 10 gigawatt of hydropower during those days. But this huge interconnection, that's actually come to our rescue. And when I look back, we have hitherto had about a 4 gigawatt outage due to silt was something that was quite common. But 10 gigawatt across 4 river basins is something which we are encountering for the first time. So these are just an illustration of some of the uncertainties which we face. And then we have natural calamities like earthquakes, tornadoes. Under such a situation, it's interconnection of the grids that actually comes to one's rescue, and I would call it a minimum regret decision. Any decision that we take on interconnection, it would pay us through these measures, through these attributes, which we don't often find, And notwithstanding all the advances that we have in modeling and simulation, there would still be a number of low impact, high probability incidents, which, many of them, if they occur in quick succession, it would have an impact on the grid, and that's where the interconnections help and make a very resilient network. While on this, different countries would be at different stages of electricity market maturity. Therefore, all that we need is a common minimum framework with respect to scheduling, metering, and settlement of transactions across the border that we could easily draw up. Going forward, as already covered in Dr. Subir's presentation, as we evolve, we would need coordination forums at many levels: policymakers, regulators, planners, and system operation. And one thing which we have also noticed, that as we interconnect the grids, we have all noticed bidirectional flows as far as the distribution system is concerned, but in transmission, with more and more wind and solar getting added, we have actually seen bidirectional flows in the transmission network. During the high solar hours, the power flow is in one direction, and during the non-solar hours, it's in a different direction, and that's when constraints do come up, and the internal network also would need further strengthening. I'm optimistic that interconnection of grids would occupy center stage as we navigate the energy transition. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Narasimhan. That was amazingly useful, because you know what it brought to mind? The huge cloud which took out 10 gigawatts of solar, of hydro, during what, a few hours? Over a day. And how the interconnection helped to address this issue. We're talking of one sun, one world, one grid. This is solar, but ultimately we are talking of green energy flowing through this grid. And consequently, can I request Mr. Bruce Douglas, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Global Renewables Alliance, to share his thoughts on how this interconnection would be useful across all renewables that are set up in the world. Bruce?
Dr. Mathur, AJ, thank you so much for the invitation to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I'd like to congratulate the Indian government for their leadership and vision, not only on the One World, One Sun and One Grid, but also on, for example, the International Solar Alliance and, more generally, the renewables ambition of your government. So I'm the CEO of a recently established organization, the Global Renewables Alliance, which pulls together the representatives of the international renewables industries from wind, solar, geothermal, hydro on the generation side, but also, very importantly, long-duration energy storage and green hydrogen. So our tag is this, Renewables Now. Now, I know, AJ, that you joke with me saying you don't know how to spell wind, but I do know that you personally support very strongly the rollout and scale-up of renewables generally.
Including wind.
Including wind and other renewables, and I thank you for that. 3 very quick points on the importance of transmission. The previous speaker spoke about that. With the massive scale-out of renewables that's coming, we see now a block by the lack of available grid connections. We need urgently to have viable transmission planning and infrastructure. That needs to align with this coming huge wave of wind, solar, and other renewables. We as an industry estimate that by 2030, we could have at least 11 terawatts of installed capacity of renewables globally. Between now and 2030, that would require approximately 8 terawatts of new build renewables. We need a consequent amount of transmission. The second point is on the fact that wind and solar power are now the cheapest form of new generation in most markets around the world. However, grid delays will drive up costs, and those costs will be passed on to energy consumers. Now is the time to act to maintain the competitive advantage of renewables and low-cost, affordable power for consumers. The third point is the need for huge volumes of public and private investment in grids, but also in storage. In Europe, an estimate was recently made of the requirement for investments in distributed grids only, which was over $400 billion of investment requirement by 2030. Now, it does sound like a lot of money, but compared to other infrastructure investments broken down over those 7-year period, it's actually very acceptable and extremely needed. So I'll finish by saying maybe our new tag should not be renewables now, it should be no transition without transmission. We urgently need electricity transmission to get the green, clean, affordable renewable energy to the consumers. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Matta.
Thank you. No transition without transmission. Okay. No transition without transmission. And no transmission without the involvement of the private sector. We are amazingly lucky to have 3 representatives of the private sector here, and I would like to call on them to share their views on the issues that were raised, the amount of money, the issue of the supply of raw material, the issue of the payment for dues, the issue of regulation in multiple jurisdictions. I start with Mr. Claudio Facin from Hitachi Energy, followed by Luciano Martini of ISGAN, and then followed by Matthew Smith of Sterlite Power. Claudio, all yours.
Thank you so much, and great to be here and share some of the perspectives. Everything has been said. I would just give some angle from the technology side. And number one, I want to start with somehow the good news, which is that most of the technology, in order to deliver this amazing program, is available today. We will continue, of course, as a technology provider, as a technology pioneer, to develop further the existing technology, building on the blocks that have been proven to be functional and to deliver affordability, reliability, resilience, and also flexibility, more and more, adding, of course, power electronics. And high voltage DC, of course, is a key pillar on delivering this ambitious program. Now, we heard, rightly so, some concerns around capacity, around constraints on the supply chain. And I want to give here a different spin, which is not so much on technology innovation. It is more about business model innovation. We have heard about business model, one of the key elements of the program in order to be able to deploy the technology, to deploy the execution. And for us, there are 2 elements. One is we have to support, as a technology provider, every stakeholder, including policy makers, to design also innovative regulatory environments. The technology is evolving fast, particularly if we look at the digital aspect. and then needs also a flexible and smart regulation that is capable of adapting as technology evolves. Particularly in this case, where we need to look at cross-geography, cross-country, cross-sectors integration. The other aspect is that in order for us then to deploy with those new business models, we have to also stretch ourselves in building what we call a partnership ecosystem. If we just continue to do more of the same, it has been working so far, and we can continue to execute with the current procurement processes, with the current design and bidding procedures that we have, we can deliver. But we cannot deliver on time. We cannot deliver with the speed and the scale that we need in order to meet the targets of carbon neutrality of this future energy system. And for that, we just also, as Hitachi Energy recently, just actually today, announced yet another example on how, together with our customers, and our customers together with the regulators, change the rule of the game so that we can, as supply side, plan investments ahead to precisely the bottleneck, what was mentioned recently, for instance, about cables. In order to debottleneck, we need to know what the commitments are, not for the next project, but for a program like this one. And for that, multiplying then our investments, committing on building resources, not only manufacturing resources, but also engineering resources, project management and execution resources. And that we do by also forcing ourselves to standardize, to simplify, to modularize as much as we can that very same technology. So instead of redesigning every time a new converter station, we do that 5 times execution, 1 time design, 1 time tendering, 1 time planning. Thank you.
Claudio, can I say how grateful I am for the issue that you raised regarding business models? We are and we have to look at different business models. But the issue that you said about change management is something that we need to bring to the table. Whether it is, and as we go on to the business models, I think one of the other partners we'll have to get into this discussion are financial investors, who will then also have a role in defining the business models. But whether it is the project management and engineering resources, or it is the supply of raw materials, you're absolutely right. At the center comes the business model. Thank you very, very much. Can I now request Luciano to share his thoughts with us? Luciano Martini is the head of ISGAN.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here today. I would like to thank the organizer for inviting ISGAN to contribute to this high-level discussion on the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative. I would like to say that ISGAN is an international platform and a community of experts that share and develop knowledge on the grid itself. So we exchange, we know what is doing in different parts of the world, and this is extremely important. What is important to say is also that we work together, and we have 27 contracting parties that share the view, and they work together in order to make the progress towards a smarter, a cleaner, a more flexible, resilient, and affordable grid for everyone. I would like to say that we have a strong support from India, and the leadership of India is very clear. We have our Vice Chair, Arun Kumar Mishra, that is the Vice Chair of ISGAN. We have a working group working together. One specific working group is dealing with transmission and distribution network, because we believe that both networks need to be modernized because they are facing enormous challenges related to the massive integration of renewables, but also to extreme events and also the electrification of end use. So what we need is a stronger and more robust transmission network. This is why we work with experts. So each country is providing national experts that are actively working in the different working groups. For example, I thank our colleague from the World Bank for mentioning the new connection between Tunisia and Italy. We have, for example, experts from Terna that certainly are fully aware about all the interconnection between, in this case, Italy and the surrounding country, Montenegro, Greece. So this is why we can offer ISGAN as a platform to support your initiative, also in the further step, in order to really congratulate you for its success, because I believe that this initiative is very much needed, is very much welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Luciano. And I think a platform of the private sector in making this happen is amazingly important. And finally, can I request you, Matthew, to share your thoughts? Matthew is with Sterlite Power, and I'm not stealing your thunder if I say that you're one of the companies which are very interested in this. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that you're here obviously means that.
No, thank you. It's great to be in a room full of people who are as excited about grids and transmission as I am. It's not very common, unfortunately. But I'm here on behalf of Sterlite Power. Sterlite Power is one of the largest private developers of transmission infrastructure in the world, in India and Brazil as well. We've been lucky to be a part of India's electricity transmission success story. India is one of the few countries which has brought competition into transmission through a PPP model called tariff-based competitive bidding. And under that model, we've been able to deliver projects in some of the toughest environments at half the time and at much lower cost. So we have a lot to offer. The whole private sector has a lot to offer. I'm also representing Serentica, a renewable energy platform launched out of Sterlite Power, which offers real-time, round-the-clock firm green energy to industrial consumers in India. And we're already offering tariffs of 85% time block assured power. So it's that perspective which makes us think that, after delivering transmission through the Amazon rainforest and the Himalayas, global interconnection is an achievable problem. So Sterlite Power is a big champion of interconnectors, and we've particularly identified the link between India and the Middle East as a hugely impactful link. I think Sigray said that it could be one of the most important links to optimizing power flows worldwide. And if you look at it, it is technically challenging. It's a 1,700-kilometer link through some of deep water. But we have looked at it, and it's completely technically feasible and commercially feasible too, with the right commercial model and intervention from the government. Just like most multi-billion dollar infrastructure projects, there needs to be partnerships between governments and private players. We can apply so many models which we've seen proven success, like the PPP tariff-based competitive model we've seen in India, or even the cap and floor model for interconnection seen in the UK. There's, as also mentioned by the Honourable Minister, support for manufacturing the components is critical, and I'm sure that India's very successful production-linked incentive model could also be easily applied to the subsea cable manufacturing industry. So with some small interventions, we can really insource and bring in the expertise, capital, and will from players in the private sector like Sterlite Power and others who are really keen to make one sun, one world, one grid a reality. Thank you.
Matthew, many, many thanks. I think the presence of ISGAN and Sterlite Power and Hitachi tell us that there is a broad interest in this area. We immediately shift to the announcements and launches that have to be made. And I have great pleasure in welcoming His Royal Highness Prince Abdul Aziz, the Saudi Arabian Energy Minister. And after a long day, I understand that, Your Highness, you have some key announcements to make. Thank you for joining. All yours.
Well, I hope I can be a continuous source of excitement to this gathering. Although there is no one can compete with our friends from India when it comes to putting together the right events, the right place. I would argue the right weather coming from Saudi Arabia. It's been a while. We haven't had a good rainy day like this. But be it as it may, I think whatever I'm going to announce is self-explanatory. We as Saudi Arabia, in fact, if I may make it a bit personal, when this idea of the CEM and the MI was thrown at us at some time when I was not yet the energy minister, and there was a lot of recoilments, worry, and concern on what we are plugging ourselves into, and whether these two platforms will help us or actually ruin us in a way. And does this mean a kind of an admission of something that we're not aware of? But I would have to say that it was quite a push and shove to get people to acquiesce with the idea that we should not gamble in missing the boat, and we should be part of the journey and take that boat and be part of the journey. And what you see today is an embodiment of what the journey can lead us to. We're collaborating in addressing serious issues. It is putting our efforts, collective efforts, to reach out to the issues that are of pertinence to all of us. And as a testament to that, I want to make these few announcements. And just please take it as an announcement of today, but there will be more announcements in the future. I think we owe it to the adventurers who believed in the CEM and the MIE. I think we owed them first a good word of congratulation and a round of good applause for their good work. But that's not enough. Because in every international collaboration scheme, there is always funding. Funding is the precursor issue amongst those. And it's so saddening and so funny in a way. It's actually tragic, because if people do see the benefit of this work, then ultimately it should be the good justifier for spending more money on these activities, because they deliver. What is wasteful is that when you spend money on something that doesn't deliver. But if you really want to put your money where your mouth is, then you have to be selective in choosing what you spend on and what you should not spend on, and let the achievement, accomplishment, and the things that these setups are mandated to deliver be the judge for whether you should finance them or not, whether you should continue them or not. And because of that, I want to declare here or announce that Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will deliver a $450,000 for the work of the CEM. And as you may know, we are hosting the MENA Climate Week, which will precede the COP28 in Riyadh from the 8th to the 12th of October. The CEM and MI are invited to this venue, which will provide a valuable opportunity for both to expand their outreach during this important event. We would not call them but partners. So we will look after the people attending. We will deliver them the services required and the enablements for their outreach. So we are welcome to be part of our organizing committee and organizing group. Moreover, the Kingdom is planning to have a unique pavilion in COP28, where I would like to offer, again, both the CEM and MI community, not only the Secretariat, but the entire community, an opportunity to organize side events on topics related to clean energy technologies in our own pavilion. In fact, that is in the blue zone, but I think also in the green zone, although we will have our Saudi Green Initiative, we will be more than happy also to make that space available for you to demonstrate or use as a facility for enabling you to transmit your message in every meaningful and possible way. Furthermore, I'm also delighted to announce that we are currently in the process of putting together a potential memorandum of understanding between both the MAC and MI with CAPSARC. CAPSARC is our King Abdullah Research Institute, which has been transformed by the chair, which is me, myself, and the board, to become more of a think advisory and a think tank for energy in broader sense. And this advisory work will help us in attending to issues that are relating to global energy and economics and sustainability. And because of that, we thought that getting the center to work with both of you is crucial and important. And the Institute is probably the most enabled institution that I know of, and there will be a spillover of that enablement to both initiatives. And again, I've asked the CEO of CAPSARC and the few employees that are attending this event to think of the CEM and the MI as nothing more than their own twins. Last of which, if you are interested in more excitements, I could continue delivering them, because this is the new Saudi Arabia, full of young, ambitious dreamers, and I'm here to try to bring their dreams and ambitions to the globe. Unshattered, unworried, blunt, transparent, and as Jack Nicholson would say, as good as it gets. But the last announcement I'm making is that we will be more than happy to join the International Hydrogen Trade Forum, which is a subsidiary activity from the CEM. I think it was late not to announce that earlier, but as the good old British proverb, come late is better not to come at all. What we need to do is in every year we meet, we will have more announcements to make. That I assure you. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. So do we now move to Vardhani's event? Without further ado, we move to the release of the ISA annual report on the ease of doing solar across the world. And this is the fourth year in a succession that this report has been produced. This year we are covering 107 countries. And I'm requesting my colleague, Vardhani, to present a short overview of the report. It will be available on our website after that. Vardhani, all yours. Okay. Pray what? And who else? It is with great delight that I welcome Dr. Freywat Waldana, who is the former Minister for Energy of Ethiopia and also the national focal point for ISA activities in Ethiopia. Dr. Waldana, we hope that the report is of use to you.
Thank you.
Why don't we come to the center?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Can I request you to please put up the PowerPoint on both the reports? I'll be providing a very short summary of both the reports plus the work we've done so far. Okay, so let me start. The International Solar Alliance comes out with these two flagship publications every year. We are on the 4th edition of the Ease of Doing Solar Report and the 2nd edition of our Global Trends in Solar Power Report. Both these reports aim to, increase the knowledge base within the sector, specifically the solar sector, on where do we stand currently and how do we take forward solar within, our member countries. We are an alliance of 116 member countries. So the first report, Ease of Doing Solar, which we had initiated last year, covers 107 of our member countries, where we have provided short country profiles of 2 to 3 pages, where we presented statistics on different solar parameters. Can you please move to the next one? So we started this initiative in 2019 as a pilot when we just did profiles of 4 countries. But later on in 2020, we launched a full-fledged report wherein we covered around 80 countries. And this year, EODS 2022 covers 107 countries. So what exactly does this report offer? It's basically a common platform plus a report through which we get to know how a country is, in terms of its ability to attract and sustain investments in solar. It also provides us a standardized framework through which we can rate countries. So we have 4 categories which I'll be talking about. And we do a relative ranking of countries on where do they stand. It also provides current progress and best practices in terms of solar so that member countries can learn and learn from each other. Plus, it enables governments in identifying what are the key roadblocks. For example, if there are certain policies not available for a particular solar technology, then how these gaps can be addressed and how do they attract investments in their sector. So very quickly to summarize, this is the data that we have collected as part of EODS 2022. As I mentioned earlier, 107 countries have been covered. And these are the 7 main drivers across which we've collected information. It's basically on macroeconomy, what are the enabling factors for policy, what is the technological feasibility, infrastructure, financing, market maturity. And there are around 67 indicators which we have tracked for member countries, and overall 7,000 plus data points we've collected. So this is how the country profiles look. Like I mentioned earlier, there are 2 to 3 page profiles. The first 2 pages give you a snapshot of where the country stands on solar. So it's like a ready reckoner. You're working in any country, you just flip through and find, okay, what are the kind of technologies which are available? What is the kind of policies that are there? What are the regulations which are there? Are they there, yes or no? Similarly, what kind of incentives are available for private players? Within solar, which particular technologies? Is it rooftop? Is it mini grids for which there is more need, as well as the enabling framework within the country? This is the kind of a profile which is available. Plus, there are also additional insights in terms of where the country stands. So as I mentioned earlier, this is a relative ranking within the report, and these are the 4 categories we have: achiever, influencer, progressive, and potential, with achiever being the topmost category. So just a quick summary, while this is very difficult to do because across the region also there are so many variations, I've tried to sum up the region-specific strengths and weaknesses that we see. If we look at the right-hand side of the slide, the strengths and weaknesses in terms of the Asia and Pacific region, while there is good technological feasibility in terms of solar irradiation and the kinds of solar technologies that are seen, and also very good enabling factors on macroeconomy. For example, there's very good financing available, especially from Asia Development Bank and so many other multilateral organizations and bilateral organizations. The weakness that we can see in this area is that there could be more done in terms of interconnectivity between countries, specifically the small island nations which are there. More could be done on that. Plus, also more work could be done in terms of energy policies as well as energy plans. Coming to Africa, there again very high solar potential, but the macroeconomy, there is a large amount of variation, right from countries where there's political stability to countries where there's political instability. Similarly with FDI flow also, there are countries where there is very good FDI flow and there are countries where there is not adequate FDI flow. The main two challenges seen in Africa is, again, access to finance, because there are financial institution reforms which are required, plus also energy imperatives. For example, I think in the previous presentation you had seen that there are more than 770 million, as per IESA's report, which was released yesterday, 675 million in Africa who don't have access to electricity. So how do we reach this unreached population? So for that we need enabling policies and regulations. Coming to Latin America and Caribbean, which is the third region of ISA, there are very good strong macroeconomic indicators as well as market maturity, but much more can be done in terms of improving energy efficiency and policies. So the second report that we are launching today is the Global Trends Report. This presents very broadly the global trends seen across the region. I'm not going to go through each of the slides, but I'll just tell you broadly. We have a section on NDCs, plus where do countries stand in terms of their NDC commitments. We have a section on solar PV technologies and what are the latest upcoming technologies. Similarly, policy and regulation, what are the best practices that we see across our member countries. There is another section on solar supply chain trends and specifically short briefs on the US's Inflation Reduction Act or India's Production Linked Incentive Scheme. And we also present solar investment trends, wherein we see that almost 64% of the renewable energy investment in 2022 is for solar. Then lastly, it covers a very small section on solar and gender equity, the efforts towards using decentralized solar solutions to promote gender equity goals. Of course, there's very limited data on this, so this is a very small section. So that's it on our reports. They're available on our website. Please go through, and there are also very few limited copies which we have put over there. Thank you so much.
Many thanks, Vardhini. And with that link, we hope that this report would be of use to countries, companies, and people as we go ahead. Thank you all very, very much.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome to this award session for the Energy Management Leadership Award, which we are doing jointly as well with the colleagues that are running the ISGAN network. My name is Rana Ghonaim. I'm the Chief of the Energy Systems and Infrastructure Division at UNIDO, and we are and have been a partner of the EMLA Award for many years now, since its beginning. The EMLA Award is an award of the Clean Energy Ministerial in which we recognize the performers, the best performers that have implemented energy management system. And we really believe in actually the role of energy management systems as a building block for our energy transition. We all talk about energy efficiency first, and energy management actually offers that framework for us to start working on energy efficiency first and then move it up the way to introduce renewables. Every year we have many companies and also commercial buildings and institutions that are applying for this award, and a few actually are presented with this award. And this year we are here gathered to acknowledge actually two awardees. And the very first awardee is actually from Indonesia. We would like to see actually the value that they derive from the implementation of ISO 50001. This is the company PT Semen Tonasa, And I would like to, before inviting both His Excellency the Minister as well as the company representative, I would like to ask for the video to be played showing the value of energy management for the company.
We can minimize consumption of energy, cut expenditure, and protecting the improvement by complying with ISO 50001.
This is also our main business strategy to achieve our vision of becoming an efficient and environmentally friendly company.
ISO 50001 is the foundation for the company to go beyond performance and achieve sustainability.
We are SIG.
ISO 50001 is the standard basis for the company to go beyond the performance and to ensure our business be more sustainable, aligning the strategies and vision of sustainability. Let us make a change for creating sustainable living and a better life in the future.
Well, I have the honor now to introduce His Excellency, the Minister of Energy and Mines from Indonesia, Mr. Tasrif. Please, you have the floor to introduce the first award to our first winner. I will invite now also Mr. Nasruddin from the company to actually receive the award. Mr. Asruddin, would you like to give a few words about the award, perhaps? Tell us what's the secret. Actually, I remember, for the past few years, several winners from Indonesia are getting this award. So tell us what's the secret.
Sorry. Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Republic of Indonesia, CEM's steering committee, and all the participants. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present the International Energy Management Leadership Award to PT Semen Tonasa, a cement company that was established in 1968 and is a part of PT Semen Indonesia Group as our
holding company. We are very pleased and honored and indicates our dedication to managing energy efficiently and sustainably. This award is not only an accomplishment for PT Semen Tonasa and SIG Holding, but also an achievement involving our entire team and partners. For that, we would like to thank to all our employees who have dedicated and worked hard to implement efficient energy management practices. We also appreciate for the support and collaboration that we have received from our holding company, SIG, from governments, related agencies, and local communities. We would also like to thank the Indonesian Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, the CEM Steering Committee and Secretariat, and all the CEM members, participants, and partners. We are also thankful for the excellent member of the jury, energy expert who contribute to the evaluation process. We are committed to continue our contribution to sustainable development and to being an example for other companies in industry. We believe that with responsible and sustainability energy management, PT Semen Tonasa and SIG as our holding company will continue making contribution for a better future. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations again. I have the honor now to invite the Minister to give us also a couple of remarks. So Minister Tasrif, please, the floor is yours.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I would like to express our appreciation to India as the host country and the Clean Energy Ministerial Mission Innovation Secretariat for holding this prestigious event of the CEM Energy Management Leadership Awards. Most countries around the world have made a commitment to implement a clean energy transition toward net zero emission to mitigate the increasing danger of climate change. One of the means to implement energy efficiency and conservation is through campaigns and awards to raise public attention. Since 2009, the Indonesian government has mandated industry with large consuming energy more than 6,000 tons of oil equivalent to conduct mandatory management energy. These include iron and steel, cement, and petrochemical industry. Every year, we provide Subroto Award on energy efficiency as an appreciation for the best practices for those who have delivered energy management activities, where Semen Tonasa was one of the winners in 2022. Again, congratulations. This evening, I'm proud to announce that PT Semen Tonasa has succeeded in obtaining international recognition from Clean Energy Ministerial 2023 as the Award of Excellence in Energy Management. Again, congratulations. We know cement is a dirty industry, especially the old one, but those guys, they make everything new again, clean, and then they have to save the energy, saving the cost. PT Semen Tonasa is one of the leading cement producers in Indonesia that produces 7.4 million tons of cement per year. Semen Tonasa has implemented the ISO 50001 energy management system since 2019. Several measures have been implemented to reduce the energy consumption, including the use of digital technology, such as an application of artificial intelligence, utilization of agricultural waste as an alternative fuel and raw materials, and installation of solar panels. Through these efforts, they save energy equivalent to 4.4 million gigajoule and reducing carbon emission of 436,000 kilos, while also save operation costs $16 million the last 4 years, from 2019 to 2023. Again, congratulations to PT Semen Tonasa. Please continue to make furthermore improvement, and then you can show that your role is become the good example for other industry in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your commitment and leadership. I would also say that the CEM-IDDI initiative works with the CEM industry to make them truly net zero, and we invite Indonesia and also the companies in the cement industry to join our initiative. So thank you so much, and I would like to move now to introduce the second award, which is actually going to a company from Denmark, and this is the Coop Denmark AS. I would just ask you to please play the second video.
Coop is one of Denmark's largest grocery retail chains, with more than 1,000 stores all over the country. But we are more than the sum of our stores. We are part of Denmark. As Denmark's first cooperative owned by our 1.9 million members, we are part of the soul and soil of Denmark. We take on our responsibility to engage with our customers, to inspire and influence them, and lead them in the right direction in a sustainable way. Coop was founded in 1866 to fight for better foods at prices everyone could afford. Working as a unified organization in direct dialogue with our members, we can influence, inspire, and commit to sustainable innovation, not only ourselves, but society as a whole. We have committed ourselves to being climate positive by 2030, but business and sustainability must balance. In this, innovation is a key tool for us.
On behalf of Coop Denmark, I'd like to thank the Clean Energy Ministerial for this prestigious award, the Award for Excellence in Energy Management. An award we are very, very proud of. We see it as an important mission, as a key player in the Danish retail market with more than 1,000 stores, to contribute by minimizing our impact. And the energy program that we have been on that journey since 2016 has really proven very effective in that regard. So some of the levers that we have pulled in order to both become less impactful for the environment and for the climate, but also to serve resources here in Coop, has been levers like solar panels on the roofs of many of our buildings, installing heat pumps instead of fossil fuel heating, LED lighting, more energy efficient refrigerators, reuse of excess heat, and etc. We've come very far on this journey, and we do consider ourselves the front runners of the industry here in Denmark. But we shouldn't be complacent. We are in no way done with optimizing our energy by minimizing our footprint. And this prestigious award only gives us even more motivation for that journey, which we will continue steadfast on the many years to come. Thank you so much.
So many companies have been recognized over the years, and if you're interested, you can always access the case studies. I mean, we always talk about those best practices, and there are many best practices related to energy management that are available on the website of the EMLA Award. So I invite you to check that out. Also, I would just like to take a moment to recognize those that volunteer their time, all the judges. There are judges from across the community that really volunteer their time to go through the submissions, the many submissions. There are, in addition to the Excellence Awards, also the Insight Awards that companies get. So these are good examples that are spotlighted on the website, and so you will see that we have also companies from across different sectors that are participating and that are recognized, some of which are in many of the CEM countries. With that, I would just like to conclude the session of the awards for the Energy Management Leadership Awards, and I would like to invite Luciano Martini, the ISGAN Executive Committee Chair, to the podium to introduce the ISGAN Awards. Luciano.
Let's do 1 minute.
We are preparing the scene setting for the award, so please give us 1 more minute and we will start. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So let's first start thanking the people for setting the scene so quickly, and then we can continue so to be very to the right point. So good evening, everyone, and distinguished delegate and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 9th ISGAN Award ceremony. And this is a signature of ISGAN. We celebrate the winner every year at the CEM annual gathering and the annual ministerial. This is why we also would like to thank Indian colleagues and the CEM Secretariat for making possible also this year. So we celebrate excellence in smart grids, but of course not only that, we want to celebrate knowledge sharing and learning from each other. So today we gather together to honor 4 innovation leaders that really make a step and make a progress toward a smarter, cleaner, more robust, more resilient, and modern grid. What we do today is really to make sure that all the knowledge from this project is taken and considered in order to build up an international community that will use those best practices to replicate those results across the world. So today we celebrate excellence, we celebrate knowledge sharing, because we are a community that care about modernizing and making our power system fully decarbonized in a very short time. And the challenges are huge, that's why we have to collaborate and work together. So this year theme award is about artificial intelligence for smart grids. So we heard more about the topics from Dr. Reggie. But before that, I would like to congratulate the winner and say that now you are part of a ISGAN community. So we will make sure that all the results, all the outcomes from your project will be fully disseminated through webinars, meeting, and dedicated workshop. And thank you for being today with us. So now I would like to invite Mr. Reggie, that is chair of the Global Smart Energy Federation and also president of the of the India Smart Grid Forum, that is a long-standing sponsor and support of ISGAN. Please come and explain us which is the award theme for this year. Thank you.
Good evening. It's really late evening. Apologies about that. We had no control on what was happening in the room. It's my great honor and pleasure to chair the ISGAN jury panel for the 5th year for the 9th award of ISGAN. And this year the theme is Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning in Smart Grids. As you know, smart metering and several other automation solutions, utilities around the world been deploying for the last 2 decades. And all of them have humongous amount of data, and many forward-looking utilities started leveraging digital tools, artificial intelligence, machine learning tools, for making more intelligence out of the data which they have, digital data which they have. And ISGAN Presidium rightly selected this year our AI and ML solutions as a theme for ISGAN Award of Excellence. I had a very distinguished panel of international juries. You can see people from Electric Power Research Institute, from Edison Electric Institute, a professor from Japan, and IEC Special Envoy for Smart Energy, Richard Schomburg, and our GSEF Ambassador for Americas, Mr. Sidapati from Canada. And these were the 6 people. And as I said, this is the 5th time I'm chairing the jury panel. And every time we had to have 3-4 meetings to finally select the winner. But this time, we had 13 valid nominations from around the world. And for the first winner, there was unanimous, all juries given the top ranking to one company. This was for the first time. And other projects are also that the runner-up and the 2 honorable mentions are also very, very interesting projects which have the very high potential for replication. So in addition to the ISGAN award, as Global Smart Energy Federation, we have been awarding 1 or 2 of the winners whose solution has the highest potential for replication at marginal cost. So this year also we'll be awarding 2 of such winners with GSEF award also. And now let me introduce Jean Francis Gagne, who's the newly appointed head of Clean Energy Ministerial Secretariat, for the honor of announcing the awardees. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Reggie, and thanks, Luciano, for again providing me the opportunity to be here and announce the ISGAN awards, well, both actually sets of awards. And this morning I was speaking with ministers and I was presenting to them the CEM's kind of collaboration framework, which we call the CEM's 3 I's, which are about insights, impact, and inspire. And these awards are actually great. With the complexity with that framework is, the order can change depending on what you're talking about. And in this case, I think this is a perfect example of where insights can be turned into aspire if you actually just reward people for the work that they do. So the fact that you're going to then share the value and the data and the information behind those awards then basically provides insights on how to be successful. So very, very happy to see how we're looking at all different aspects of moving the needle. I'm also saying that you're not only part of the ISGAN family now, Reggie, but you're also part of the CEM family. And so we always, I keep saying, our job is to connect people who do, and so we're very happy to welcome you with open arms. Now, let us begin. Now with great pleasure, I announce the recipients of this year's ISGAN Awards. And as I call your projects, please come to the stage. So let us begin with the honorable mentions. This year, 2 exceptional projects have earned the esteemed honorable mention at the ISGAN Awards of Excellence, and both are also being recognized for the Global Smart Energy Federation's Award. These recognitions are bestowed upon 2 outstanding participants who've shown remarkable innovation and dedication in advancing smart grid technologies. The first of the 2 honorable mentions is awarded to AI/ML-powered enterprise analytics for power distribution companies conducted by IntelliSmart Infrastructure from India. They are represented today by Anil Rawal, IntelliSmart's MD. As mentioned, the company also received the GSEF award. The second honorable mention goes to AI-based distribution, grid load, and asset state prediction systems conducted by Korea Electric Power Corporation from the Republic of Korea. And this project is represented today by KEPCO Vice President and President of the KEPCO Research Institute, Dr. Jung-Ho Lee. And this project also received the GSEF award.
Thank you very much.
Now, I will prolong the suspense a little bit longer because I'm thrilled to announce the runner-up for the ISGAN Awards, Cartoline, the new predictive maintenance tool for Enedis from France. And Enedis is represented today by Sébastien Brun, International Smart Grid Project Manager. Félicitations. Finally, the moment we have eagerly awaited. We're expecting some monsoon's thunder as drum rolls, but we'll live with what we have. The winner of this year's ISGAN Award of Excellence is the project Flex Unity, scaling up power flexible communities, business models empowered by blockchain and AI, conducted by the Clean Watts from Portugal. And Clean Watts is represented today by their CIO, CPO, and co-founder, Luisa Matos. I would now like to invite all the recipients up on the stage so we can do a nice family photo.
Okay, congratulations to all of you. And now we would like to give you a brief moment to make the acceptance speech for your winner. I would like to start 1 minute each. We start with the honorable mentions first. Okay, so the first we would like to invite Matos to come at the podium to make like a short remarks about your project. And you have 1 minute. We have to be quite fast. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It's a huge honor to accept this award on behalf of CleanWatts and our project partners. This project was built upon many advances we made in more than a decade of innovation developments in multiple areas, from digital tools to innovation in business models, and very importantly, advances on social engagement and social value creation for local energy communities. The main vision was to validate that by combining the development of a robust virtual power plant platform, connecting and controlling multiple flexible assets behind the meter like EV chargers, small batteries, heating and cooling systems, and other devices with AI and business model innovation, we could create value to local communities, aggregators, retailers, grid operators, and investors. CleanWatts is bringing this vision to reality. We are focused on simplifying, amplifying, and accelerating the global energy transition for local communities around the world. Today, we are witnessing a big demand of these projects, these energy community projects. And by combining digital technology, energy as a service, and access to capital, we have already ignited more than 200 communities in Europe, and we are about to start projects in the US as well. Local energy communities with energy sharing enhanced with flexibility management can be powerful instruments to accelerate energy transition in an inclusive way. So thank you again, ISGAN. Thank you to the Clean Energy Ministerial and IEA, for this award. I look forward to future collaborations to work together in removing barriers and addressing challenges that are still blocking a rapid deployment of renewable energy communities so that we can accelerate decarbonization in a sustainable and inclusive way.
Thank you, Luisa. AI, local energy community, hot topics, you deserve to as a winner. Now we move on with the next set-up speech. So I would like to invite the runner-up from Enedis to make a short remarks. Also, you have 1 minute.
Hello. I'd like to thank the ISGAN jury for this award. I'd like to thank French DSO Smart Grid Director, Yves Barlier, who trusted me, and my two data scientist colleagues, Caroline Alparat and Thomas Pilot. Cartolen is a predictive maintenance tool, so it became possible to plan troubleshooting rather to endure it, so we can plan during office hours. It's part of a larger project using smart metering to improve network performance, like, for example, non-technical losses, frauds, incident detection, and also network hosting capacity optimization, in particular to support new users, like renewable energy integration and electric mobility. As Cartoline is a supervised machine learning solution, I also would like to thank every Enedis French technician for training the algorithm and so sharing their expertise. And on behalf of our international department and EDF International Network, which is Enedis arm to promote our know-how abroad, I'd be delighted to share this expertise with any of you and any DSO around the world.
Excellent. Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
So what's next? So we continue with the honorable mention. So I would like to invite our representative from the Korean Electric Power Corporation to make a acceptance speech. Please.
Thank you very much. I am the president of CAPRI. CAPRI is a CAPCO Research Institute. Actually, I have participated in the Jeju Smart Grid demonstration in 2012. I am deeply honored to receive the prestigious award from ISGAN and the GSEF. Receiving this award makes me realize that CAPRI and I are engaged in truly important work. Moreover, while this award may be seen as recognition of CAPRI's accomplishment and good performance, I believe it also serves as a reminder to work moreover, even harder, like a whip urging us to strive for more. I will continue to dedicate myself to the advancement of smart grid, not only in South Korea's power system, but also for global dissemination. Thank you very much.
And now, last but not least, we would like also to invite our Indian colleagues that receive an honorable mention to make their acceptance speech. Thank you so much. And congratulations.
So first of all, I'll start with lots of thanks and accept this award with lots of humility and gratitude to ISGAN and the jury, which picked us, recognizing our work. See, we are just hardly 3 years old company, and already we are the largest smart metering company in the country, in India. So smart metering is being seen as a solution to the pains which power distribution sector has been passing through in India for now about 70 years. And smart metering is not about only measuring electricity. It is not a cop sitting outside the home and watching. It is actually about two-way solutioning, generating consumer satisfaction and generating systemic efficiency for distribution companies. That's what we are trying to lead and drive with lots of blessings from Government of India, Ministry of Power, and all the state distribution companies. It and the way we have it in the country. It's one of the largest transformational program country has seen in power sector at the grassroots level. And we are trying to, with lots of humility, lead this program, drive it, and lead to the logical conclusion. And in this journey, this acceptance of our work, or say recognition, means a lot for us, and we'll keep doing our work so that we not only do the good in power distribution, but also can do some value-added services and can really create value out of the humongous data which this program would throw. With this, I would again be gratefully thankful to this ISGAN and the whole jury which has picked us for this award. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, and congratulations again. We are almost at the end of this ceremony. Thank you very much for being with us so long. I would like to thank all our colleagues from ISGAN that made this possible, organizing from Korea's Smart Grid Institute, and also our Vice Chair, Ras Conklin, Arun Mishra. And now, what's best that concluding remarks made by Mr. Bakri as a host, representing Indian host for organizing this event. You can just say a few words from the Indian side. Okay. Okay. Please come on stage. We are eager to listen to your voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good evening, all of you. My name is Srinivas, and I'm from an organization called Vasudha Foundation, which is a not-for-profit think tank working in the clean energy climate space. I know it's a very, very long evening, a long day for all of us, but I'm confident, and I also hope that what we have to show you, when you go back, you'll go back with the feeling that it was worth the wait. Like the saying goes, save the best for the last. So coming straight to what we would like to present, Niti Aayog and Vasudha Foundation have together developed what we believe is one of its kind dashboard, the India Climate and Energy Dashboard, which brings together comprehensive, granular, historic, and near real-time data from the entire energy sector value chain, data from the climate space, and includes key economic parameters. In other words, what it also does is that it marries elements of energy sector data along with the other variables, such as climate variability, such as greenhouse gas emissions, and so on. It also factors in the key economic trends and indicators, both historic as well as the current ones. And what it also does is brings in together the key demographic data. Now, what prompted us to create this dashboard? So stepping back, what we realized was that, particularly in recent times, India has made rapid strides in putting together dashboards or making data very easily accessible through multiple dashboards and multiple portals and reports. But what we felt was, if at all we need to make some sense of that, it would be good to get all of them organized. The rich data needs to be organized in one place, is what we started off with. And then further, with India announcing to be net zero by 2070, we also felt that modelers have already started to develop net zero pathways. We felt that it would be good to not just look at broad sectoral data, but also deep dive into subsectoral data, and also look at, like I said, the associated parameters like land, water, emissions, and so on and so forth, and also keep in mind India's economic vision, which is a 5 trillion by 2027, 7 trillion by 2030 economy. So that's what prompted us to do. What we also felt is that the dashboard should also act as a live tracker and showcase the kind of efforts that India has made to address climate change. We felt that this was very timely, and we would like to thank Niti and others for actually working together in coming up with this dashboard, which was launched. Incidentally, I should have said that the dashboard was launched just yesterday. And this is the first actual public presentation of the dashboard. It was launched at 12 noon yesterday, and today we are presenting this. What we also, thank you. We also felt that, this year being an important year for India, one is the CEM, the Clean Energy Ministerial, that's happening now. And then the India presidency of G20 summit that's happening in September. And importantly, the global stock take that will happen at the Dubai COP. We felt that this dashboard should also showcase the kind of work that India has done to address climate change. As the saying goes, the proof is in the pudding. So I'll request my colleague to actually demonstrate the website to show all the features that I just said. Over to you, Vrinda.
Good evening, everyone. Without taking much of everyone's time, I think I'll quickly demonstrate this. So this particular dashboard, as Srini explained, this includes all the database, most of the database on energy sector, spanning from fuels and sources to electricity, as well as going forward to end use. So for example, in the fuels and sources, we capture the entire value chain from all the sources, starting from the reserves. Where do you find the coal? Which state do you find? What are my coal fields? Where are those fields? So we find that data, and then moving on to their production, as well as finally the offtake. And this is provided for all the sources, including both conventional and renewable. Then if I go on the electricity, I would say everybody who concerned about India's electricity sector should go and visit this website dashboard, because this will have all the data which the ministries have published in various publications, website. This particular dashboard has all the data on the generation side, as well as on the distribution side and the transmission sector. So going over then to the distribution sector, you find the entire value chain of data, starting from where the discoms are purchasing its power, to moving on, what are my consumers, how are they using that power, and finally, what is the tariff at which they are buying that power. So all that has been provided in this particular dashboard in a lot of interactive infographics format. Quickly now moving over to the home page, and now when we decided to build the ICED with Niti Aayog, we had four things in mind. That first, that the ICED should be able to track India's climate goals. Second, that it should be able to enable easy data access. So if we look at this, the first page talks about Honorable Prime Minister's greatest announcement on life initiatives, and it further details down to its various initiatives on conservation of water and energy and other initiatives. Then it again quickly gives a tracking to the policymakers and who are concerned with India's energy transition journey, a bird's eye view on reducing its emission intensity, as well as the cumulative installed power capacities and the net zero. Let's move on. Going forward, it clearly demonstrates how India has achieved its tremendous progress on renewable energy, tripling its capacities from almost 58 gigawatts to 177 gigawatts since 2011. Moving on, it gives a very condensed overview of the power sector and something with interactive infographics, also looking at the daily generation profiles. Moving further, we also capture on the energy flow data, what is the kind of interactions that primary energy supply builds in with final energy consumption. So for example, if there is an imported coal segment, you can go to the website and find out which countries is India importing that data. So you easily find that data, and all of them are downloadable in Excel formats. Let me now quickly take you to the other part of the segment, which is the cross-sectoral aspect, where we try to build on the climate variability angles, providing in the annual rainfall and temperature data, geotagged from over 500 locations in India, from weather monitoring stations, from all government sources, is what is represented on this platform. We also we wanted to provide it a holistic website, so it also captures data on water, biodiversity, economy, and sectoral GHG emissions. Now, just without not taking much time, I'll just like to take you some of the key graphics that we are very proud of building in this website. So this has been geotagged. So all this particular India Power Map provides you with all the operational, pipeline and retired power plants in India for all the sources. This data comes from almost 800 plus power plant units in India, and they're all being geotagged. Also, this is supported by a very discrete table where you can easily get information on India's power plant database. That's how, so we get even the districts, the commissioning date, the sector, the capacities, etc. Moving on to the DISCOM, so we also are very proudly that there is a very interesting, so this is how you can also select a particular filter on coal and plant vintages, technology types, etc. And look, so we would go and urge everyone to go and play with the dashboard and see how it is useful for yourself, your research, policymakers, academicians, industries, etc. I would also like you to present on the DISCOM data. So this is how we have this particular graphic integrates data from almost 65 plus public and private distribution companies, compiled over 500 tariff orders, petitions, and this how it tells how this is an example of one of the DISCOMs in the country and how India is progressing towards increasing penetration of solar in its power purchase. This is rising from almost 4% in 2017-18 to almost 14% in as of today, 2022-23 data. So this website is all backed by government sources, and it is regularly updated on a near real-time basis, I would like to comment. And a very important section as part of this is, and this is for the first time on ever that has come as on a public platform, is the hourly load curve data. So you can easily understand on the differences between UP, different states, so we can go and compare the states' data in terms of its demand profiles, how they are playing in terms of its maximum demand, minimum demand, what is the kind of the load duration curves that each state has. So it's a very handy tool for all the academicians and researchers out there. And last but not the least is the analytical section, where we have tried to build in cross-sectoral queries on India's climate and energy dashboard. So these are right now, these are 8 queries, and we plan to keep on adding more and more to this with all your participation and interest. You can write down to us, you can reach out to Niti Aayog and Vasudha Foundation and let us know how we can build it as a better dashboard. And I would just like to demonstrate one query on the electric vehicles segment, where we look at clear transition on how India is making a super transition in the EV space and how fast we have entered into our electrifying our vehicles fleet. Thank you.
Well, we believe we have covered a fair amount of ground in this dashboard. We have plans for the phase 2. The plans for the phase 2 clearly looks at adding data and parameters from the end-use segment, which right now we don't have. And since we have people from BE, SIRS, we would like to work with you to also put in data from the end-use segment. That is something that is lacking right now. We don't have data on the end-use segment, which we would hope to do. And second is that we also want to use artificial intelligence-based query builder that will be introduced very soon in the phase 2. In addition to that, what we also intend doing is to change this format from near real time to make it real time, which means that right now we have a lag of 2 to 3 days of data, but we want to make the lag have no lag at all. So that means every day you can actually access the data. That's what we intend doing. We've had a lot of support from the line ministries and departments, both at the national level and at the state level. And we hope to have, with this continued support and maybe more enhanced support, we are very confident that the phase 2 of the dashboard would make it a lot more robust, which we know it's robust, but it will make it more robust. We have some brochures there. That will also gives you the link to the site. As Brinda said, we'll be extremely grateful if you can play with the site and let us know if there are certain things that you would like us to add and improve it further. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer, but I know it's been a long day, so we can bring this to a close. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now call upon Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Mr. Abhay Bakre, to give the final words to close the day today.
So good evening and thank you so much. All the awardees, best of luck. And we believe all the organizers, you can continue to reward the best work done in clean energy and enjoy your stay here. And thank you so much for attending CEM-MI. It was really pleasure to host you all. And we are thrilled for your participation and active engagement. So another day is there and tomorrow, but I hope you will enjoy the stay in Goa and look forward to next year in Brazil. And thank you, Amla. Thank you, Isgan, for the giving awards. All the best to all the performers. Thank you so much. Let me last thing. Let's have that the entire hard work is by CEM team, BE team, and DST team. So 3 cheers for the CEM and MI team and also the BE team. Thank you so much. Enjoy your evening. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. We really enjoyed yours.
No, thank you. Thank you for having us. This is, we talk about flexibility in smart grids, and that's the nature of planning a big event like this.
These days you have so many busy times. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Organizing team, can we have everybody on the stage, please?